Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today. Made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, black American. You want us to fight. Every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the glow for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the caves, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. Why you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath? Now you spit on the architect Disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place. Ho, ho.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your duties back, just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your duties back, just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing. You lost your mind. We do this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy sky was disgusting, it's whack.
Oh.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
This our soil, on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just say on.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just say on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
Sorry, I effed up. Let me get this back going again. My apologies. Sorry, I just
Yeah. They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happiness. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans say our name. They love our rhythm, but they judge our blues. Lose our voice when it they got down, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our plains are proud. Our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, sound, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. And act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you crossed. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. turn to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't. Go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results. Hate the truth, who. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know what? Erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amass a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about this, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, our epigenetics, out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Kruma, and we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Dr. Court. And on this season 6 episode, Trey 9, 39, part 3, part Trey, continuation part 3, part Trey of the Frontline Blacc News. We'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in season 6, episode 39, part 3, continuation part 2 of the Frontline Blacc News. And those topics are as follows. Give me 1 second, I'll pull this up. Oh, this is pulled up. Hold on. Okay. Okay, here we go. We discuss several topics. The first topic is, of course, Byron Donalds should not get any Black support. Why everyone wants to be called Black now. All of a sudden, they want to be Black. It's the same people that was telling us, me no Black. why glossing over our own criminality, why white on white crime is never a conversation. Then Chud the Bussy made bail. Ugh. And what can be done? And Marc Lamont Shield responds to black people trashing him for comparing N-word to trans man. He should have got that work. Karmelo Anthony's parents exposed DA's secret tactics. Suge Knight responds to Mob James saying Tupac never knocked him out and testifying. The U.S. debt just hit $40 trillion. Americans are furious over gas prices. Mysterious white woman says she saw what happened to Nolan Wells. Justice for Black Coloradians Reparations Commission meeting. I attended this past Wednesday in our local Denver/Aurora news. We are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a Front Line and Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. We have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we're going to have an impromptu grand rising tomorrow morning. It's based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Hit that bell so y'all be notified every time we go live. And please join us on StreamYard, YouTube Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. We got Frontline Black News to 1,000 subscribers. Let's try to get Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel, to that same amount of subscribers. So if y'all could please do me a favor and subscribe to the Frontline Black News 2, I would greatly appreciate it. Then we got my personal page, aka Chan Kruma. That's where we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora, the local community events for both Denver and Aurora, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for a decade now consistently. Then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure you sub to that so Lady Chase can start going live on that YouTube channel. And then we got her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure you sub to that as well so Lady Chase can start going. She already is going live on that channel, but make sure y'all sub to the RBA. We need to show her love like y'all show us here at Frontline Black News. So I can show her the same love, that'd be greatly appreciated. So make sure y'all subscribe to the RBA, Revolutionary Agenda. She should be dropping one hopefully this weekend. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Janet One. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can go live. I think he's already able to go live now. I think he reached the threshold of 50 subscribers. But if y'all could still subscribe to his channel, we would greatly appreciate it. Then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. Let's Crack the TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel's in the description. We got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High Income and Legal Market Flooded City out that Bell side, Montbello. Make sure y'all sub to him. He used to do our intro track for the Frontline Black News, and now he's doing FBA culture reports. So make sure y'all check out Kukizi 5100. Then we got my brother from another mother who was chopping with earlier, Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all sub to his channel, Breeze Omega, on YouTube. That's our brother out of Hempstead, Long Island, who's now in Leesburg, Virginia. Then we got our other brother, Church of Black Power, who's originally from Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas, studying to be the next Johnny Cochran. So salute to him for that. And he interviewed me about 3 weeks ago. So make sure y'all check out that interview. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. Make sure y'all sub to him as well. He's been around for a decade plus, and he actually put Lisa Cabrera on. And he came up with several series, such as the We Fought Back series. So make sure y'all check out Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube. And then we got honorable mentions, Black Alpha Network, who was live yesterday, or the day before yesterday, no. Afro Elite, who was live earlier, our brother Out the Shy. Our other brothers, Black Jason Black, the Black Authority, Tim Black, Tariq Nasheed, Professor Black Truth, our sisters Vicky Dillard, Lisa Cabrera, ZZ Rants, our brother Jay Dizzle out the Seatown, Seattle, Liberated Minded Media, our other brother Beatzilla out of Portland, our other brother Sincere Love to God, who's now in Atlanta, and his co-host Nicety Girl. You should check them out. Our brother Chase McGee, who's live right now. You should check him out, Foundational Black American History on YouTube. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United coming with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. And the link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to our brother's channels in the description. The link to the FBA threat database is in the description. And the link to the reparations, Freedmen Reparations Party merch is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a Foundational Black American Caucus. Long overdue. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got Michael, who's joining us now, our Asian ally. His petition for Congresswoman Nikema Williams out of Georgia to introduce a fully fund an anti-Black hate crimes act now. And Michael, if you put that link in the chat, I would greatly appreciate it. Then we got the reparations for the Descendants of American Slaves Act. Make sure y'all sign that petition if you haven't already. The link is in the description. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet over that white supremacist Nabisco, Chud the Bussy, Chud the Builder, Dalton Etherly, who they just released on $1 million bond. Shame on you, Clarksville, Tennessee. To support our brother Joshua Fox, GoFundMe. The link is in the description. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing the damaging docu-series about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that petition together. The link is in the description. Make sure y'all sign that if you haven't already. Then we got the medical examiner in the Nolan Wells case. Stacey Turner, petition to revoke Stacey Turner's medical license. Make sure y'all sign that petition. We covered the whole petition last night on Front Line Blacc News. So Street Media TV out of Philly. We covered that. Then we got myself. As you can tell from the background, I'm a candidate on the ballot here in the state of Colorado for House District 8, State House of Representatives. And the link to my website's in the description. And the link to the website that Lady Chase put together is in the description. Make sure y'all check that out if you haven't already. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances to make for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who passed away exactly a year ago at the age of 95. Produced justice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., produced justice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, warrior scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 3 months ago. And shout out to her FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, out of Los Angeles, California, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. And right on cue, here's Shabaka Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income illegal migrant fled the city. You gotta unmute your mic, Shabaka.
Hey, Sabaka.
Yeah, he gotta unmute his mic, Michael. He might be busy or something. Shabaka, we can't hear you. You're muted. If you're trying to say something, we can't hear you. There you go. I just unmuted you. Okay, greetings, Shabaka.
Hey. Yeah, I'm trying to connect under this Bluetooth.
Okay. Yeah, because it's still echoing.
Okay. Alrighty. Now I'm trying to, man, I need some devices. Boy, I got some more gear.
Yeah.
And up here, stupid shit. Just up here.
Yeah, you sound like you're underwater, Shabaka. Still sounds like it.
How do I sound now?
Underwater.
It's like I'm under.
Yes. It's like real.
Shit. All right, hold on. It's this Bluetooth conking out. All right, hold on. All right, okay. Please continue with the show. I got to go get the microphone.
Okay. So while waiting on Shabaka to get his mic together, we're going to go to the next topic. Excuse me, the first topic. And that is Byron the Tether Donalds, who's running for governor of Florida. I'm going to cover why he should not get any black support. Shout out to our brother Afro Elite out of Chicago, out the Shy, who's going to give us an update on that.
Brian Donalds, the Tether, running for Florida's governor, trying to be Ron DeSantis 2.0, is going to be talked about tonight, and we are going to break down why he deserves absolutely no black support.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Rights to freedom is dead. We're coming to get our check.
Yes, you sound better.
Okay, can you hear it now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, got the headset on. Oh boy, now we got this. Man, we got to get rid of this goddamn StreamYard. Now I've got some shit up here having trouble, with the StreamYard and all that. And then I also know that when we talk about key issues, man, that's when we start having all these fuck-ups.
Yeah, same thing with Restream, Shabaka.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, look who's running it. Oh, right. What's Afro Elite talking about?
Why we should not vote for Byron Donalds.
Oh, okay. All right, going on mute.
Welcome, my brothers and my sisters. How you all doing tonight? All right. Hopefully you're doing well, despite the hiccups that we may have had. Okay. Let me tell you, first off, before we get started, I need to know if everybody can hear me clearly. If everybody can hear me clearly, put the black fist emoji in the chat room. I want YouTube and everything else to know exactly we're here to stay. Despite whatever hiccups or whatever we have, we're here to stay. It took a lot. First off, StreamYard was tripping in the beginning, which is why it took me so long to get started. But we are here. We're back. We're here to stay. And we got to talk about this, okay? We got to talk about you. We got to talk about this. I know my phone was blowing up like crazy. I had to put it on silent. I was trying to do what I can do. Okay, I can be heard. That is perfect. So we're going to be talking about Brian Donalds tonight. Now, he just won the Republican primary for governor of Florida. It's pretty much not contested that much, but Ron DeSantis, the previous governor, or technically current governor until the new election, he's not endorsed him. From what I know, even Donald Trump, I don't know if has endorsed him, but that's besides the point. We're gonna get to why he shouldn't deserves any black support at all. I saw this interview with him. I'm glad we can be heard. I'm glad we can be heard. Thank you all so very much, despite all the hiccups and all that stuff. I saw this interview. Y'all would probably be interested in seeing what was said in this interview. This interview was with him and Stephen A. Smith. We was talking about Stephen A. Smith on the For the Culture channel.
Tether.
We're going to talk about we're going to go through a small segment of this interview where they talk about black people. Okay. Now, both of these people both got Caribbean ancestors. All right. Yet they're talking about black people. So let's hear what they have to say.
Florida, right here on Straight Shooter with yours truly, Stephen A. Save America Act. Donald Trump has been fixated on this. He seems to be fixated on it. Are you? Are other Republicans?
Yes.
Or are folks just doing it because it's something he wants?
No. We are all fixated on it. The Save America Act was actually originally drafted by my friend Chip Roy out of Texas. The point of the bill is to do a couple of things. Number one, more controls around mail-in balloting. Number two, requiring that you have to show a photo ID to vote. And number three, that you have to prove to be an American before you get put on our voting rolls. That's all common sense stuff. This is why 80% of the American people support it. The only group in our country that don't want this to happen are elected Democrats and the Democrat Party. They're the only ones. You talk to black people in this country, Hispanic people in this country, white people, rich or poor, living in the North, living in the South, living out West. Everybody wants it, except if you're an elected Democrat. The question is why? And I know why. Because the rules that are happening, the rules happen in these other states make it easier to cheat. You saw what happened when they were doing the mayoral race in California. It took them 3 weeks to count the ballots. Man, that's crazy. Americans would not tolerate that in our sports, but we let that happen in our politics with the most sacred franchise the American people have. So it's not just something that the president wants to see happen. Myself, my colleagues on Capitol Hill, Republicans, we all want to see it happen. And the group of people who hold it up are Senate Republicans. They hold it up. And they say they won't vote for it because they don't want to change voting procedures and they don't want to protect the franchise of voting for the American people.
There are blacks and an abundance of minorities in this country that would probably agree with most of what you said, but their cynicism is raised, it's elevated exponentially when it comes to this president because there's an absence of trust where he is concerned. And anything that he wants desperately enough might raise proverbial eyebrows. Whether that's fair or not is something that can be debated another day, but it's a reality. And as an individual that's a representative in the United States Congress, who is a black man, who is about to win gubernatorial, so I'm going to be how you feel about that as a black man, to see individuals, American citizens in this country of your ethnicity, of your hue, feeling such negativity towards somebody and who endorses you. How do you?
Okay, and do you see the problem? Okay, hold on. Do you see the problem? Now, when people talk about delineation and why y'all got to do all that, this is exactly why. That clip right there. Brian Donalds, both his parents are Caribbean, okay? And he's admitted that. That's not speculation. That's not a rumor. That's something he has openly admitted. And it's Stephen A. His family is from the islands, Caribbean islands, okay? This is why we have to make this distinction. Because they will come up and be, I support Donald Trump as a black man. I'll support this policy. I'll support this. I'll support this. I'll support this. And this is why we have so much disorder, because you have a whole bunch of outsiders coming in and going, well, you know, my opinion as a black man, because I am black like you guys, is that we need to focus less on racism and we need to focus by the fact that you can tether the fact that you cosplay, you're coming in and you're speaking on our ethnicity, you know, your own ethnicity, people of your own community, about West and other immigrants. He's talking about Black Americans when he says that. All right. And why we do the paperwork check. Okay. Before anybody gets to say, as a Black man, as a Black woman, we gotta whoa. Stop you right there. Where are your people from? Because you come in, you want to talk about as a this as, and you begin from a friend or your family. Well, as a West Indian man, as a Caribbean, okay, and Stephen was wrong for even framing that question like that, because he can't speak on behalf of the Black community. All right, that's why we make sure, especially when it comes to our politics, that we do the background check. All right, we got to make sure we do that. Feel about that.
It's not about feel, Stephen A. It's something that first of all, it ain't even about trust. It's about verification. We've had people on both sides of the aisle promise Black people everything until the cows come home. But it's really about, are you going to verify the promises and verify what the policies actually do, or are you just going to trust it because you have comfort level with a certain politician?
Now, this is the problem. Okay, we've been promised everything until cows come home, whatever he said. As true as that may be, here's the problem. Immigrants get stuff. That can't be denied. Specifically for immigrants, they've denied us. They've not denied him and his people, his community. As a matter of fact, he's been in politics helping and aiding in us being denied what is owed to us. All right, denying reparations. All right, we're going to get to that a little bit later, but we're going to get back to the interview.
I know when it comes to me, my view is, let me see what you say you're going to do, and then I'm going to look at the policy for myself. When the president talks about securing the borders and closing them, Black people in America can clearly see that when Joe Biden let these borders wide open, that was the craziest thing he could have ever done to our country.
I agree.
Look at all the young girls who were killed as a result. Look at the young immigrant girls who were sold into sex slavery coming across our borders. That's just policy that don't make no sense. So why would you support a politician just because you feel good about that person when the policy that they're executing is actually a detriment to our country and to, quite frankly, cities all across America? I'll give you one from President Trump. In one big, beautiful bill, he talked about it on the campaign trail and he got it done. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, the largest tax cut on Social Security in America's history. And I'll do you one more than that. Schedule 199A, small business taxes. For Black people in our country who own small businesses, the Democrat Party voted to watch your small business taxes increase because they just wanted to stop Donald Trump. Like, how crazy is that? So if you're a small business owner and you're trying to do everything you can do to keep your business open and keep it afloat, Donald Trump said, hey, we're going to help you keep more money in your business. The Democrats said, no, we're going to let those taxes raise up. If you're a waitress or if you're somebody who's on tip share, Donald Trump said, you know what? We're not going to tax those tips. Keep that in your pocket. Keep that for your family. Keep that for your children. The Democrats said, no, we're not going to do that. When it comes to people on Social Security, he said, we want to make sure that people on Social Security get the biggest tax cut they can possibly get, especially those who are living paycheck to paycheck on that.
Now, just to keep in mind, he's riddling off all of the things that Donald Trump said he was going to do. The problem is that these are not anything Black specific at all. These are just general policies that apply to everybody. All right. And I want you to keep in mind, this is why it's important for us to understand where we stand as far as politics, not leaning to no Democrat or Republican, because they both will do the same thing. They will riddle off a bunch of policies that they support that is generally for everybody, okay? That does not address specific communities, nor does it solve specific issues plaguing those communities, but they will address an issue, a national issue, and then they will try to market that as some type of specific Black thing. Nothing he's saying here is the specific Black thing. You know what it is? reparations. That's a specific black thing, but they don't support that. All right. So they'll do the same thing. Don't get confused. They'll do the same thing. Democrats and Republicans be all like, well, hold on, no tax on tips. Okay, well, that's not a black thing. Okay. The same way Democrats will frame healthcare as a black thing. That's not a black thing.
Social Security check. The Democrats said no. So I'm in the verification bit. Stephen, I've heard you say about it. You keep voting for the Democrat Party, but what have they done for you?
You heard me.
What have they
asking that
actually
question.
done?
You heard me asking that question. You
Except
heard me
promise
asking
a
that
lot of
question.
things.
I ain't apologizing for it. I'm very skeptical about them. Make no mistake about it. I mean, I've lost interest in them in a lot of different ways. I'll be the first to admit it right here on the public airways.
Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem. We can say, what have the Democrats done for us? We are the people. We are the foundation. We are the ones who are owed things by the Democrats. These two are not owed anything. Okay, these two are immigrants, are foreign who just got here. For us to complain about the denial and the neglect of the Democratic Party is 100% justified. Us as foundational Black Americans, we have the right to do that. They don't really have the right to do that. All right, let's be clear. On top of that, you as a Republican, you can't be like, well, what have the Democrats done for you? What have the Democrats done for you? Us as the people who are not politicians, we can complain about that because y'all can't flex about what the Republicans have done. Brian Donalds does not support anything specifically for Black people at all. Any type of legislation or anything like that for Black people or to aid Black people or anything, he always votes against that, with the exception it's for the interest of the country. All right, even though it does aid Black people, is not for, he's not doing it for the intention of Black people. Are you following? So y'all not doing nothing either. So y'all don't have the right as Republicans to sit up there and be all like, man, y'all, the Democrats ain't doing nothing for y'all. None of y'all policy we're getting is not, y'all not doing this specifically for our interest. So none of y'all have the right to play hot potato with y'all doing wrong to the Black community. Y'all don't have the right to do that. And especially as immigrants, y'all don't have the right to say that. Let's continue though.
But I also, and I'm trying to be fair-minded when I think about this. All of the things that you said, point taken. But there are also other things. You think about DEI and the rollbacks in that. You think about how that's been attached and associated to the Black community. You think about access to Black history and how it has been felt that has been tried, at least attempted to be compromised by the part of this administration. You see affordability becoming an issue more every single small business. Black businesses in the country, and they look at it and they say, wait a minute, we thought he was going to do something, and we're seeing corporations be fed to some degree. All of these things they say, and then they look at somebody like you, who's on the verge of being the next governor of the third largest state in the union, third or fourth largest state in the union, and they're saying, Byron Donald, you're attached to the hip with this guy, and that makes them skeptical of you, and everything you're saying makes perfect sense to me. How do you respond to those things, knowing that there's a community that you come from that has such skepticism about him, and as a result are having
okay, do you see how Stephen used to frame that, to frame Brian Donald? Republicans calling Brian Donald and calling Brian Donald a tether. All right. That's why Stephen A keeps, the community that you come from. Why do you what exactly did he say? Let me get exactly what he said.
Respond to those things, knowing that there's a community that you come from.
No, there's not a community. He's not a part of our community. He does not come from our community. If you're talking about Caribbeans or immigrants, you can go right ahead and do that and say the community you come from. But he's not framing the question as the community you come from as far as immigrants. He's framing the question as the community you come from as far as the Black community. All right. And that puts him in the framework of him coming from foundational Black Americans, him being a foundational Black American, which he is not. Neither of them are. All right. And that is the problem. Okay. That's why when it comes to political interviews, we got to start making sure that we get our numbers up and all that stuff so we can have these political interviews. All right. Which is why I want y'all to understand, when y'all see us do as foundational Black Americans, me and other channels and things like that, when y'all see us interviewing politicians, y'all see us interviewing them in a very different way. Okay. Very different way. We're very specific with the questions. When they interview politicians, it's more like a advertisement, more like a prep rally. Notice how when Stephen A is doing it, when Roland Martin is doing it, when Joy Reid is doing it, when immigrants interview a politician, they kind of give them very, very flattering questions to big them up and all of that. Notice that. Okay, when we do it, we straight to the business. We're not trying to make you look good. We're not trying to help you out. You answer how you answer, whether that's good or bad. You answer how you answer. This is why we need to get our power up. Okay, as far as everything in every avenue, as far as advertisement, as far as podcasts, as far as politicians, as far as everything. All right, because you got two tethers sitting up there interviewing themselves or interviewing one on behalf of the Black community. And we can't accept that. We can't accept that.
Has such skepticism about him, and as a result are having it about you.
I would tell them to look at the policies that I support and the legislative record behind them. Again, verification. This is not about what somebody might say on social media, what somebody else might talk about with me. Verify it for yourself and take a look at it. When I talk about a Launchpad initiative in our K-12 education system in the state of Florida, the purpose is to make sure that if a child is not going to college, and there's nothing wrong with that, if the child's not going, let's make sure that they get partnered up with a company so they can get the apprenticeship or the internship they need so they can hit the ground running after high school graduation and really put food on the table. That's stuff that I'm proposing in Florida. That will help so many children who are in our education system right now, Black children and other children. When I talk about looking for ways to push down insurance costs, the insurance company doesn't care what color you are. Are you going to reform the system to push down costs? That's verification that people can see. When I talk about making it easier to build housing in our state, the same thing. That impacts everybody. Even if you're going to be a renter, if it's easier to build the building, if it's cheaper to build the building, then your rent is cheaper. And so,
okay, I want you to see. And when a lot of people be all like, well, the Democrats are bad, bad, bad. And I say, okay, anytime somebody says something about the Democrats being anti-Black and bad and all of that, I don't push back. But then when be all like, man, we should flip to Republicans, I say, no. Why? Why would we do such a thing? The same way the Democrats pivot and dodge the question is the same exact way Brian Donalds is pivoting and dodging the question. Even though Stephen A is really trying to set him up for a good answer by framing the question the way he's framing it, Brian Donalds is still pivoting and dodging the question specifically. All of these policies, first off, this is word salad, and none of this is specifically pertaining to issues that Black people have. He's going about this all lives matter policies that he claims to be very beneficial. Okay. He claims to be very beneficial. All right. This is why I have an issue with them, because they will all do that.
These are the policies that I'm talking about at a federal level, Stephen A. Let's take a look at regulation. President Trump has been cutting regulations. A lot of those regulations impact small business owners. They also impact large business owners. But regulation is actually a barrier to entry for small businesses to be able to grow, because a large business, they can hire the people to do all the regs. So when you're cutting regulations, that directly impacts them. I'll give you one more. My time in Congress, and we get the budget bills passed through, I've always advocated for an increase in small bank holding company capital. What that means is that you can have more community banking in our country. Since Dodd-Frank was passed in 2008, and it became law in 2009. Since Dodd-Frank was passed, we have seen a decrease in community banking in the United States by over 80%. And so we're wondering why small Black businesses are struggling trying to find capital, because you're not going to get capital from Citibank or Wells Fargo or Bank of America. You're just a number to them. You're a number to those large banks. What you need is a community bank. But when Dodd-Frank came in,
well, motherfucker, if you think like that, then drop
really
100
plummeted
grand, man,
and got
on
sold off
Frontline Blacc
to
News
banks.
and Shabaka's Black Experience
It
Enhanced.
decreased access to capital in so many communities. So what I advocated for was raising the small cap bank threshold from $3 billion to $25 billion. That way you can have more community banks in more communities who can build relationships with small business owners. You know who fought me on that policy more than anybody else? The Democrats. Because they said, well, we just don't feel good about letting a small bank be able to escape up to $20 billion. My response was, nobody cares about your feelings. These small businesses are trying to get the capital, grow their company. Capitol Hill, small business in Miami, we've come to an agreement.
Now, I'm gonna say this and then we're gonna move on to the next thing. The whole small bank thing, that's very tricky how he's framing that. Because we might think, well, you know, we do need Black-owned banks, but he's trying to notice he's using small banks, and then he'll slip in, and Black people are denied loans. And that's why we need small banks. Well, the small bank is not a Black-owned bank necessarily. He's not doing that or creating that policy specifically to uplift Black-owned banks. These are universal. This is a policy for smaller owned, and Black people will get at the tail end of anything. We will get the scraps of anything. The problem is not the small owned bank problem, which his legislation is going to go to non-Black banks. Okay, that's the thing. Don't mention Black people in our issue and then create a general policy that's going to uplift everybody, every small owned bank. Okay, so that's a trick thing that isn't no, he's very tricky with that. Okay, now I want to play this clip. Now a lot of people seen a small bit of it. I'm going to play a little bit more of this. Everybody knows when he said, or a lot of people know, not everybody knows, when he was talking about Jim Crow.
My dad and my mom, things didn't work out. As an adult, I look at my father and I say, bro, I don't know what happened, but you're my father and I love you. Wow. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. Wow. But I'm going to tell you this. Coming growing up, the one thing I knew I wanted to do, and this is not about my father, this is about what I wanted to do, is I wanted to be a father to myself. Wow. And so one of the things that's actually happening in our culture, which you're now starting to see in our politics, is the reinvigoration of Black family.
I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna continue to play the rest, but do you notice how he said one of the things that's happening in our culture? He is not a part of our culture. All right. Do division. Y'all trying to do division. This is the reason why, not just Brian Donalds, but other people like him. This is the reason why I talk about our culture and the Black family. His wife is white. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that?
Well, then that explains everything.
Okay. Not that that would matter because he's not a part of our community anyway.
It does matter.
But the whole, what's going on with our culture, Stephen A? Well, as a Black man, how do you feel about this? And then him, oh, well, you know, as a Black man, See, that's why we do that.
The reinvigoration of Black families with younger Black men and Black women. And that is also helping to breed the revival of a black middle class in America. You see, during Jim Crow, the black family was together.
That's right.
During Jim Crow, more black people were not just conservative, because black people always have been conservative minded, but more black people voted conservatively. And then HEW, Lyndon Johnson, and then you go down that road, and now we are where we are. What's happened in America the last 10 years, and I say it because it's my contemporaries as well as his contemporaries.
Okay. When he says more black people voted conservatively and all that, black people were voting for the best interest of black people. Back during, first off, and they were really trying to restrict black people from voting straight up, period. All right. We still had Jim Crow laws with poll taxes and other things, and just restrictions state to state, where black people just couldn't vote or needed a whole bunch of requirements that non-black people needed in order to vote. All right. Let's be very clear with that. Let's understand the history. Then you want to say we voted conservatively. Well, exactly what does that mean? It's not we voted conservative or liberal or progressive. We voted for, analyzed, and voted for a politician or candidate's interest that was going to look out for the black constituents. That's what we did. It wasn't, well, whoever has the Democratic policy or the Republican policy. No, at that time, the Republican Party was the party that was advocating for black people, the radical Republicans and things. Okay. He's framing this as, well, the Republicans are modern day Republicans, are conservative, even though culturally there are a lot of conservative values that are within the black community. Black people have always voted for the black community. Okay. I don't like to frame this as black people voting left or right. Black people, black issues. Okay. Whether that be conservative or liberal. It wasn't until later on where the Democrats and Republicans kind of did their politics and the Civil Rights Act and things like that, where black people just stuck to the Democrats and then we're kind of strung along voting liberal. All right. Prior to that, black people were voting for other that's you. However, he's not. I have people in my family who lived through Jim Crow, who lived during the time of Jim Crow in the South, of Jim Crow. He does not.
Did I.
No, I didn't. I wouldn't even say I'm an authority to speak on the experience of it, but I'm way more of an authority to speak on the experience of it than him. We go to a family member and have a conversation, a direct family member about Jim Crow. Cannot do that. His family didn't come till after, like most of immigrant families, didn't come till after the fact. So you don't have the you don't have the authority.
You're starting to see more black people be married in homes, raising kids. It's when you home with your wife raising your kids, and then you look at the world, you're saying, no, wait a minute, time out. This does not look how to my kids generation wealth. How can my kids, how come kids be on my shoulders when they take off in life? That's what's happening.
Okay. One of the things that a lot of Republicans bring up is generational wealth, because they understand that black people take generational wealth very seriously. All right. So they will use that buzzword generational wealth because they know that will get the attention of black people. Okay. But here's the thing. They don't want to establish generational wealth
On
among
mute
black
unless
people.
you're speaking,
Because anytime black people
you
come
get
up with
feedback?
something or there's something established that
All
will
right,
get
okay, hold
people, get black people to start generating generational wealth. They will use generational wealth, kind of like the Republicans will use generational wealth, like Brian Downs will use generational wealth, like the Democrats will use, they're claiming to be against racism, all right, as some type of buzzword that will get black people emotionally attached and to put blinders on, beyond like, oh, thank you, thank God, that's what I'm talking about. Brian Downs is not for black American generational wealth. If he was, he wouldn't be against reparations, now would he?
Are 40. So if you want to talk about the complexities of reparations, whether or not there should be a study in this country, you again have said that this country is not racist, and even though it has a dark past, it doesn't sound like you think it has a dark present. You have not sponsored that bill. You haven't co-sponsored that bill. Why not?
A couple things. One, that's why I wish you played the clip, because I actually went into all the detail, but I will. A couple things is, all right, how many people in the United States today are actually descendants of slave owners? Forget descendants of slaves. Let's hold that to the side. So now you're going to say that people who immigrated to the United States, who are not descendants of slaves, were not descendants of aid, now they're going to be for paying that out forward. My mother's Jamaican. My father's Panamanian. You have a lot of black people in this country who are not descendants of the American slave trade.
Okay. So what was that all he was talking about? Generational wealth, generational wealth. What is owed to us, he's going to sit up there and veto because he's not going to get none. His people are not going to get none. His family's not going to get none. So all of that, black families and all that, this is what conservatives like to do.
Now, who's Layla Go Hard?
They will kind of romanticize a specific era where they will disingenuously frame that era, okay? Because if you want to talk about black families being together and what led to the destruction of the black family, then you have to enter in the crack epidemic. Okay, you have to put that in. They like to skip over that. They like to be all like, man, in the 1950s and 1960s, everything was great. And then look at what happened today. No, you're skipping over the 70s, 80s, 90s, all of that stuff after y'all started assassinating civil rights leaders, after y'all put crack in the community, after y'all push mass incarceration, after all of that. Those are the major factors. After y'all put redlining through our communities, after y'all put highways through our communities, after y'all did all of that to really destabilize the black community, then y'all want to talk about, well, you know what, back in the day, back in Jim Crow, y'all were better now. And the only problem is welfare. If we wasn't giving y'all welfare, y'all would be good. And y'all want to skip the things that put us in this condition. One of the things that will make us make it better, make it right, is for there to be specific lineage against that. As a matter of fact, anytime that comes up, they veto that. Not that it comes up often, because the Democrats are against it as well too, as we've seen. Okay, so this is the problem. None of them want to do anything. He's going to bring up, well, generational wealth in a room in Philly full of black men who maybe be black American, I assume. And he's going to bring up generational wealth, and he's going to kind of romanticize the time where black families were together, and then skip over all of the disenfranchisement that were put on black families in the strategic destruction of the black family. And then he's going to say, well, yeah, and we need generational wealth and all of that. But he's supporting, or he's against rather, reparations, which would supply and give capital for generational wealth, which would fix and strengthen our economics for generational wealth. He's against that. And that's because he's not going to receive it. That's the reason. Let me get to the super chats. Shout out to Luna. It says Javin Anar says FBA is a hate cult.
God, Lord.
I'm gonna have to look into that. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then Will Bowl sends a super sticker, and then Mrs. TT sends a super sticker. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all. Let me give y'all a round of applause.
Donated money, just
okay. Not just for the super stickers, but for being here despite the technical issues or whatever. People will say, well, nobody alive today was a slave holder. Nobody alive today owned any slaves. Nobody alive today was even a slave. So it's just not really feasible. It's just not really possible for you to give
on that one.
reparations to anybody. Are you going to say the same thing to hold on. Is Brian Donald's going to make the same argument to CARICOM that, well, nobody alive today owned any Jamaicans. Nobody alive today owned any Panamanians. Nobody alive today put them in slave. I don't see why we're going after we should just leave reparations alone. Notice, none of these people are going to go to CARICOM or anywhere else and disparage their reparations movement. They're all coming over here to America where the reparations movement is the strongest, and they're coming here to sabotage our reparations because they're not going to get any. Let me ask y'all another question. Let me ask y'all a very important question. Do you think, for 1 second, if any Foundation Black American went to Panama or Jamaica, first off, not that they would let us get into their politics like that at all. You don't see that. But do you think they would sit here and let us veto their reparations because we wouldn't get it? Let's just reverse it. Let's reverse it. Let's say Brian Donalds is a Black American, and allow Brian Donalds to say, well, what, my mom and dad are from America. Get a check. One either. Do you think that they would sit up there and allow that and be all like, well, I mean, it's his opinion?
Hell no.
No, they would not allow that. But we have a whole bunch of foreign politicians who are coming over here who are envious of the fact that our reparations movement in America is the real one, is the one that has the most momentum behind it. They're mad and jealous of that, and they're going to sabotage that. They're cutting their nose to spite their face because they feel like it hurts us. What they don't understand is that we're already hip to that. So all of that, we wrapping all this stuff up. We wrapping all of that up. We ain't gonna be having that much longer. We ain't gonna be having that much longer. These are the same people who will come over here. Donald, as a Black man, don't you think that racism is over? Don't you think that racism is over? And then him,
oh no, it ain't over.
With his, I was gonna be graphic. Okay, him as a puppet for the system of white supremacy, he's going to regurgitate what they want him to say. Like this.
Okay, so
definitely, but you have to be willing.
Okay. Okay.
To stand on your own 2 feet and be the man.
Do you believe that America still has like a problem with racism, like systemic racism?
No, I think that the country, I think the country now where we are as close to a meritocracy, I think, as we've ever been in America. And I think you're starting to see that in all frames of life. You're seeing it in business. You're seeing it
in politics. You're seeing it obviously in sports and entertainment, but really in entertainment with what you guys are doing. I think podcasting, influencing, if that's not a meritocracy, I don't know what is.
Oh my God. Lord.
He's saying it's the meritocracy because of podcasting. America does not have any systemic race. And this is what we have here, and people are going to ask him his opinion as if he has any authority to give it. And people wonder, to the super chat, saying FBA is a hate cult. FBA is a hate cult. What would they say if Brian Donalds was in their community? Nobody else would allow Brian Donalds or anybody like him to speak on behalf of their community, any outsider to speak on behalf of their community. We are the only people who have this infiltration of people outside of our community going in, and then when we bring up racism, they want to talk about, oh, well, you know, racism isn't real. Oh, racism is a thing of the past. Reparations, no, I'm not really for reparations.
And
this
Michael
is
and
why
Trey,
we
and
do
this is
that.
why I
This
tell
is why we do the
people
paperwork
with
check.
that
This is
attitude
why
that
we
this
have
is
made
a
sure
speaking
we've
of the
delineated.
black ass
This is
Los
why.
Angeles.
Because none of these other communities would have allowed that because they've delineated a long time ago. We're the only people who are late to the party.
Yeah.
Better late than never, though. But we're here. They're mad that we're here because their infiltration has stopped, because and it's not an opening door. The door has a code to it. You can only know the code if you're part of the lineage. That's the bad about.
Yeah.
Let me show you something else, Mr. Racism Denier. Let me show you, and let me get to the super chats real quick before I get too far ahead. Let me get to be informed, be free.
Exactly. Mike.
He says, certified salute to you. Brian Dumbass is swirling, babbling tether player hater. Oh yeah, he is. Absolutely, yeah, he is. And I like that nickname for him. Roger says, okay, did he make that same statement when tiny hat people got reparations? No, he did not. U.S. didn't commit Holocaust, yet they gave them reparations. Same applies to indigenous who got reparations. He didn't. These people, America's still paying that country now. He's not against that, saying that, oh, well, Holocaust didn't have anything to do with us. He's not against that. He will be for them receiving money. Brian Donalds, before I play this clip, Brian Donalds is not nearly as anti-immigration as he likes to come off. Okay. He likes to come off because that's the party stance on it. But because he's an immigrant, he's not really as anti-immigration as he leads on to be.
Modernize a lot of these different visa programs, do all that work, do it, get it done. And I think the American people, whether you're liberal or conservative, will say, okay, now that our immigration system is sound and modernized and we've secured our country, now let's take a look at the people who are here illegally. And I think the American people, we're great people. We're a good people. We're a beneficent people. And with those people who are here working hard, doing those things that they should be doing is just as good neighbors and good people, we would make them and put them on this pathway to citizenship. But
you see that? Oh, the ones who are here doing a good job and doing what they're supposed to be doing, he means his people.
Yep.
We, and he's speaking on behalf of Americans, we would put them on a pathway to citizenship. Yeah, of course you want that. So he's not trying to close the borders like he's framing himself as. That's because he's aligned with the party who's doing that. Okay. So he has almost people could say a rhino, which is kind of like a Republican / Democrat, liberal Republican in a way, stance on immigration because he's an immigrant.
I think the pathway to actually fixing immigration in our country is possible, but we have to have honest conversations with ourselves. We got to have honest brokers, frankly, on both sides
Yeah, you need to be deported.
Right.
Brian Donalds needs to be deported. If y'all agree that Brian Donalds needs to get deported back to, I don't know where, Panama or Jamaica. He said he grew up with his mom. Where is his mom from?
Jamaica.
His mom's from Jamaica, if I'm not mistaken. Let me run the clip back. Hold on. Let me run this clip back. Let me find out exactly where he said his mama was from.
You're going to say that people who immigrated to the United States, who are not descendants of slave owners, were not descendants of that trade, now they're going to be responsible for paying that out going forward. My mother's Jamaican. My father's Panamanian.
Ah, got it. I was right.
That's what the fuck you don't understand.
Okay, the mom's Jamaican.
Benefited from it.
He needs to go back to Jamaica. He needs to go back to Jamaica, and I want to see what the Jamaican people think about Brian Donalds. I want Brian Donalds to go back to Jamaica, because remember when he was talking about Jim Crow, he said he grew up with his mom. I want him to go back to Jamaica, and I want him to tell the Jamaican people he can go back to Panama either. It doesn't matter.
No, we got to freeze up, brother Che. Brother Che. Okay, Michael, are you still with me?
Doesn't seem to think that majority of the country knows the difference between a racist country and systemic racism. Do you believe, A, that there is systemic racism in America, and B, do you believe that the United States is a racist country?
John, it's good to be with you. One, there's not systemic racism in the United States. Two, the United States is not a racist country.
Oh,
and three,
man.
why the hell are we even listening to Joy Behar?
I can't, man. I can't.
She. I don't need her to tell me about what
this man does not believe racism stinks.
The reason why they're asking him that is because at the time, stand this on there, be all like, Brian, since you're a black man, you are an African American, so can you please tell us, is America still racist? And Brian, his big wide fat face, he no, this is not a race. Who where their family was from, they would get a whole be all like, well, a black person said it, so it's now you can't say it's racist.
What's not? She already had her own issues wearing blackface. I know that the View's giving her a pass, but I'm not. You know what? I'm sick and tired of this conversation because it's ridiculous. You have people like her, like a lot of these white liberals who love to talk about being tolerant. Well, show it now. Be tolerant. Actually listen to the words of Senator Tim Scott, which were actually quite profound, instead of just running back to your corner and digging out a Mein Kampf or the Communist Manifesto to figure out what your next talking point is going to be. They constantly are doing this. It's disgusting. It's outrageous. I'm not listening to Joy Behar or any other media pundit because media pundits have proven they don't even tell the truth anyway.
I'm wondering why you're sugarcoating it and not telling us what you really think, your congressman, today. Talking about intolerance on the left, Tariq Nasheed, who is a film producer and social media commentator, who was one of the people who helped propel this idea of Uncle Tim into the trending section of Twitter, said of Tim Scott, quote, when Uncle Tim Scott says America is not a racist country, he is fully aware he is speaking in bad faith. The purpose is to protect white supremacists. So Tim Scott did say in his response that America is not a racist country, but listen to what Vice President Kamala Harris said the very next day.
Okay, and for all of the people who be all like, FBA is, let me take that back. Hold on, let me take that back.
Not a racist country. But listen.
for all of the people who was all like, FBA is MAGA, FBA is MAGA, Tariq Nasheed is y'all leader and FBA is MAGA. This is Fox News dissing Tariq Nasheed. Why y'all want to sit up there and say FBA is a MAGA cult hate group thing, since y'all want to say that, all right, I want y'all to understand ain't nobody like an FBA, period. Not Fox, not CNN, not MSNBC, nobody. Well, FBA is MAGA, okay. And they got a tether dissing him.
So Tim Scott did say in his response that America is not a racist country. But listen to what Vice President Kamala Harris said the very next day.
I don't think America is a racist country.
Oh my God. And for a little tiny bit of
go suck a dog's dick.
Criticism
Then again, that would be animal.
from the same corner that tore a strip off Tim Scott, but no one accused her of protecting white supremacists.
This Twitter pundit or whatever the heck that person is, nobody even cares what his name is. I don't care. Never met that person. I would guarantee you this. He would say that to me directly in my face because he's a Twitter coward. And we have too many people like this in America today. They would love to go to social media and pontificate,
I would say a whole lot to your
but they don't
face,
want to
punk.
get into the arena and actually debate these ideas. You know, the left always talks about they want to have a man to man, sit down at the table and go through idea. They would rather try to take apart Black conservatives because.
Okay. So he says that Tariq is a Twitter coward and he would never have that debate with Brian Donalds on race. We're going to who do y'all think will win in the debate? I want to know. Put in the chat room. Let's read the comment in Brian Donalds and Tariq Nasheed. Since he said that Tariq is scared to debate him, sitting up there giving y'all votes and all that. We're gonna continue to play.
Because we're not following the script. We don't fit the narrative, and we have a different viewpoint for the political views that they have.
So on the point that you made, Joe, hard from the left and from progressives, is that an indication that they're afraid of him? Are they afraid of you?
Voices are heard, and we actually tell people the way we view America, and frankly, the way things
do. Oh my God.
Oh no, man!
And
fuck that motherfucker's picture up there, man. No,
Fox News think that this
man. No, now,
has got to be the ugliest
put that clown's picture up there and I
angle of Tim Scott I've ever
elderly abuse, right?
seen. This dude looks like an alien turtle. Good sleep. YouTube. I'm not bullying, but Lord have mercy. This man looks like, okay, let me stop.
Actually are in America. It's much harder for you to push your radical agenda if people actually like them. Scott is
Dang. God damn it. Let me try to refresh it.
And Fox News think that this has got to be the ugliest angle of Tim Scott I've ever seen. This dude looks like an alien turtle.
That Congressman, on the other topic du jour, and that is this proposed rule at the Department of Education to give federal grants to schools to teach elements of critical race theory. Mitch McConnell sending a letter to Miguel Cardone to the Education Secretary saying, quote, this is a time to strengthen the teaching of civics and American history in our schools. Instead, historic elements of critical race theory in America's public schools.
First of all, I don't support it. I'm in the state of Florida. We were actually, the governor actually signed
Wait a minute.
an executive order banning critical race theory being taught in our schools. But to a broader point, John, the federal government has no role and frankly should have no authority in telling states and localities what should be taught in school.
All right. I want y'all to know, and there is no critical race theory. And we should accept all of it's good and bad, yet they don't want to talk about the bad. They don't want to explain and express the bad. You talk about propaganda. Propaganda is omitting major factors of American history to create this narrative that the land of milk and honey, that's still not the land of opportunity for Black people today. Now, this is the person who wants to talk about what you want to call this is the person who's sitting up there talking about the Black family. Okay, that's the person sitting up there talking about the Black family and how the Black family reunion happened. What we discussed earlier. This is why when we're over here on this page, with the interview that was happening with
shadow banning.
Watch your small business taxes increase.
This is why this interview right here is so bad, so disingenuous. Hold on. Me zoom in right here.
Because they just wanted to stop.
Because what do you think about this? This is a tether. Don't refer to him as no Black man. Don't do that. This is somebody who calls us that foundational Black American suppression and fix that situation to the degree that we have allowed his family to come here from Panama and to come here from Jamaica and to allow him to even enter into politics at all. Where it's a possibility that he might be Florida's next governor. He's the one who's benefiting off of the backs of people he's calling cowards. He's the people he's benefiting off of. All right. And you have Stephen A., who's also not a part of our community. Stephen A. framing this as a Black man. Why do you think that they just like you? And he keeps framing. You notice that Stephen A. is kind of giving him a somewhat of an alley-oop. Stephen A. is mad at Brian for his support of Donald Trump. Black people, foundational in denial of reparations. Okay, his refusal to support and deliberate sabotaging, an unapologetic sabotaging of reparations, for his refusal to acknowledge white supremacy. This is our problem, is because when we brought up white supremacy, us acknowledging the system to change to the degree where the fact that we acknowledge white supremacy in that program from Caribbean to come over here, we acknowledge that fought against.
Boy, how this StreamYard is fucking up.
Hypocrisy at a certain
Damn.
point in time. And parents didn't raise me like that. I just don't see no way. I just think we need to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and just work hard more often. They're first or second generation. And yet they're coming over here speaking with authority on what we should be doing, how we should be thinking, and what.
You're right, Michael. He is too soft on him.
Should not
because
be
I was
given
give his ass business for real.
to us. This is why he deserves no black support. And this point forward, all politics need to be vetted as far as their stand on Asians. With Asians, he didn't deny that to Asians. He's not for that with us. Okay. He can't be for that with us. Why we vet. This is the reason why foundational Black Americans in general, the 50 million of us, have gained the consent, because this stuff doesn't happen around the world. It only happens here. We can't go anywhere around the world and be all like, hey, God, one of you, and I think we shouldn't go. We could, they would treat outsider. Became a citizen. If we had, and that kid grew up there, they would treat that kid like that. We're the only people who are. This is why Brian Donalds is a perfect example as to why we do that. Let me get to the super chats. Shout out to Tell a Like with exactly. Exactly. Yo, he would never say that to my face. Who are you? You little chubby. He looks like what? What's that one fish that like really blows up? That puff. It's what's that one puff fish? That blows up. That's what his feet looks like. Puffy, like I think it's a puffish. Come on, these heathers.
It's called a blowfish.
They tend to have like a lot of. I don't know what it is about the food they eat or something. They have like a puffy face. Even just fat where the stomach sticks out. Their whole shape is all puffy, like one of those blowfish. Thank you in the chat room. It's a blowfish. Okay, yeah, he looks like a blowfish. He ain't tough. He's not tough. He just yes. He's yeah, he is a piece of SH. You know what else? Okay. He's such a three-piece suit insert. Yeah. We know what you mean. Let me get to the other one. Shout out to Cautious. He says Stephen A. Smith is leading the witness. Yeah, he is. Tether. He is. These are in frame for him to answer in a way that's going to make, no matter how he answers it. He's not, first off, Stephen A. is not anybody to speak on behalf of the Black community, period. That's number one. Then number two, you see how he's framed. Our community are denial quote up at all. Stephen A. is not going to do that because that's not going to look good on him. Okay. So he gave him, Stephen A. gave Brian Donalds those questions so Brian Donalds can be all like, oh, that's just political noise. Look at this policy and this policy and this policy. So that was all of you. Okay. And they do that when they support the candidate. This is why we needed to do what we needed to do. Speaking of needing to do what we needed to do, I want you guys to come on giveaway this Sunday.
Yep.
Okay. 47th Street in Chicago, shop, a historic foundational Black American barbershop. Okay. Y'all need to pull through. We got a whole bunch of free stuff for the kids. We're having a bunch of supplies. There's going to be food. And so y'all, even if y'all got y'all supplies, even if y'all kids are back up with the family and all of that, and there's never enough pens. Everybody loses pens and paper, and everybody needs an extra notebook. Everybody needs, so you can come in, even if you pretty much got your supplies, even if you're already back to school, y'all can come in, get a couple more supplies. It's always something extra. You know what I'm saying? You can never have enough. If you don't, come in and get some food and have a good time. Kick it with the family. All right. The time is from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. Y'all don't know. I wanted to have this so much earlier, but the weather in this area has been so bad. It has been absolutely so bad. I don't know what to tell you. We've been dealing with tornadoes, hailstorm, been out days, but we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it through. Also, a lot of people have been asking for where they can donate, and I want to tell you, in my heart of hearts, I sincerely appreciate 100% of all of that. I sincerely do. I really, really do. This situation, though, despite your goodwill and all that, we already have the supplies needed.
Yeah.
We already have that. Everything's already been paid for. I made sure everything was already covered before I made the announcement anyway. So I appreciate that. If y'all want to donate, maybe we'll do it again. We'll do another giveaway or something like that. I don't know if it's back to school. I don't know if we'll do something else this winter or something like that coming up. And then maybe we can have a donation thing. But as far as this event is concerned, everything's already covered. I appreciate that, though. I appreciate it. But everything's covered, so y'all don't have to worry about it. And we got plenty for everybody. There's going to be so much stuff. Some good stuff. Good quality stuff. It's not going to be those, cheap little. We got some good stuff. Good food. I ain't plenty enough.
Hey, man,
so that's what you do when you're willing to give back to the community, unlike Brian Down. I want to make that announcement. I'm going to keep making that announcement until the day comes. Right? I appreciate y'all being here with us, despite the hiccups that we had earlier. But I want y'all to leave a comment.
All right, thank you, Afro Elite. Yet to hell with Byron Donalds. You're not getting our down vote.
Yeah, exactly.
Shout out to Afro Elite for outlining exactly why. What are your thoughts, Michael and Shabaka?
Yeah, my thoughts are, Byron Donalds, he's definitely a joke. He's definitely out of touch with FBAs.
Right.
And, Byron Donalds, parrots white supremacy talking points by saying this indirectly, pulling himself up by his own bootstraps, when in the fact that he didn't even pull himself up by his own bootstraps. It's really FBAs who gave him the opportunities to advance, economically.
Yeah, he does.
In this country, right? And even like you saw the comments, pushing back to Byron, hey Cruz, Hey, listen back.
What up, y'all?
How you doing? Long time.
It ain't been that long. It's only been like a week or two, man.
Week or two,
Jeez.
right? I know it feels like several months. Yeah, but anyways, yeah. So Byron Don was just like, when he was saying America's not a racist country, he's ignoring the fact that sir, slavery ended.
It's like
Right.
Right.
Right,
And
ended
that damn
1865,
suit he got
but the
on, man, look
lineage.
like he stole that shit from the Goodwill. I wouldn't be
Mhm.
caught dead, no shit like that, man.
Right, but I'm just saying that
He
the
looked like
lineage
he
did
stole
not
that
disappear.
raggedy ass suit.
It's like
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's not gonna get any black support. And then
Lord,
on
what are your
top of that,
thoughts?
there too, if this son of a bitch. Okay, let me finish saying this here, brother Jay. Is that if he was in a Florida State Assemblyman, and if he would have cared about the black community, which he obviously does not, then he would have launched impeachment proceedings against the panties.
I thought that's what he. Somebody said, was it you that said it in the chat, or Michael, that he tried to get him impeached?
No. What I said is that if he was so concerned about the citizens of Florida, he would have been the first one to launch the impeachment proceedings against the panties in the state assembly. But he didn't. So therefore, with him not doing that, although I don't vote in Florida, okay, to me, if I was a Florida voter, I would say, well, man, how come you didn't impeach that bastard? Or at least put it down on record that you want his impeachment, which he did not do. So therefore, with a motherfucker like that, talking this shit right here, okay, and not doing that because the panties was a huge detriment to the black community in the state of Florida, and then even try to get that shit lost across the country. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when you look at Gavin Newsom.
Oh, Lord.
You see what I'm saying? So that motherfucker does not have the black community's best interests at heart. Just like Karmelo, okay? I'm not gonna do nothing strictly for black people. No. You stinking bitch. And the reason why I could say that, because I lived in California, and every goddamn time that I was paying vehicle registration, sales tax, I was paying your goddamn salary, Karmelo. That's what pissed me off about it.
Hey, but Shabaka, this what the cops be saying.
What's that, crew?
They say, well, they pay taxes too, so they're paying their own bill.
Okay, but that's just it though, crew. Now, believe it or not, that there's a paradox, which is a contradiction, which is true, okay? You did not tell a lie. But the cold part about it is, when the cops, like what LA would do, okay, if you go over there, you file a complaint against a lapdog, right? The first thing that they're going to tell you is, well, this cop could sue you for false accusation. False accusation, my ass. Yeah. False accusation, my ass. You see, this is why the LAPD needs to be disbanded. You see what I'm saying? Because it is a murderous organization, and it is an organization of white supremacy. Now, true enough, you had a black police chief and all this old type of shit. But one thing, though, I will say about Bernard Parks, who retired from the LAPD, Che, when he became the chief, the first thing he did was got rid of CRASH, Community Resources Against Street Hoodlums, and they hated him for it. And then I'm saying this here for the sake of our audience. If you ever saw the motion picture called Colors with Sean Penn and Robert Duvall, and Sean Penn was Pac-Man, Sean Penn was the typical LAPD crash officer.
Yep, he sure was. All right, what were we gonna say, crew? Crew went back on mute.
Where's crew?
My bad. Here I am. My bad. I put the StreamYard on mute instead of using my button on my Go XLR.
Oh, okay.
But I was trying to see where this echo was coming from. It's not coming from me. It's just a
No, it's
little slight one.
It's Shabaka.
Okay. So, but what I was finna say about like how
you got
Afro
an
was talking
echo
about
on my
these,
end?
it's not bad. I can deal with it.
Yeah, it's horrible. Horrible.
Well, you know, I'm a long time audio engineer, so.
I'll catch you guys later. Got a client.
Okay, Michael.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you
peace.
so much.
Peace, Mike.
Peace, crew.
All right. So, like when
All right,
Afro was
Michael,
talking
how am I
about,
sounding now, y'all?
It's still
No,
echoing.
go
but
ahead, crew. I'm sorry.
but like when Afro was talking about like the storms out here,
yeah.
like dog, we done had like, bro, I feel like I was back in Ghana. Like fucking what is this? Like 14 days out the month with no lights?
Yep.
And I'm talking about like it was a week straight when it was no storm. Cause I guess Xfinity decided to upgrade their shit or something in the middle of the storm.
Yeah.
So like it was a storm, then it was not a storm, and then that weekend all the internet and everything went out. Then it came back on. Then there was the next storm, which was worse than the first two.
Yep.
So I told you I seen Afro probably about, as of now, it's probably been a month ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I was going to that same gas station like 2 weeks ago. Everything there and 20 miles into Indiana is dead.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a homie in Indiana, man, and he's going through it as well, too.
Like they might got their lights on now.
Yeah.
I know where my apartment is. They lights, the lights ain't go out.
Okay.
Not on this last storm.
That's good. Do they have a backup generator?
No, I'm just saying there's no trees around there to blow the shit down.
Oh, okay.
You know, in Crown Point, like in my apartment complex, there's not really no trees to knock everything down. Like that was a little safe zone.
Mm.
But like everybody else, all this shit got knocked down because you live in. Hey Jesse, you been to Atlanta?
Yes.
Right. So you see everybody live in the trees.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, under the trees.
Under the trees.
Like you drive through Atlanta, you can't see the whole city like you can in Chicago.
It's a whole bunch of trees.
Right. But you go to North Dakota, South Dakota, right? You can see through the whole country.
Yeah.
It's a difference.
Kind of like Michigan, like a bunch of trees.
Yeah, like Montana.
We're woodland Indians,
Montana,
Shabaka.
You know, you got what? What
No, I'm saying like we're from the South. We're woodland Indians. Like we live in the woods, not the desert.
But however, when you're out here in the Wild Wild West, crew, you know, it's at least 80%. No, I take that back. I would say at least 60% of the Wild Wild West is desert, including Nevada.
Yeah, of course. That's why we get to the damn mountain cliffs.
Definitely Arizona and New Mexico.
But Shabaka,
Yep.
that's why we get to the damn mountain cliffs and don't make no camp in the middle of the damn sand.
Southern Colorado is a desert too.
Yeah.
I was just telling my AI I could float to you.
It's just a high ass desert.
You know, I could float to you from Chicago,
You
Jesse.
got high desert and you got the low desert.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the river ain't gonna go upstairs to Colorado to Denver.
No.
So you
No.
got to come down about 100 miles. But I could float to you,
Yeah.
like from
Yeah,
Chicago,
hey,
and float you
Denver,
down.
we
I
need
could
some
come
more of
pick you
your
up on a
water.
boat. I could come pick you up on a boat in Chicago. Come pick you up like 100 miles from Denver, and then float down to St. Louis and Nebraska and everything, and we'll go to New Orleans and gamble.
Yeah, it's all downhill.
Shit, you ought to come to Las Vegas to gamble.
We can gamble in the South too.
We need your money in Nevada.
You need everything. Y'all need money and water. And the water
Yeah,
is not.
man. We're gonna start putting some tariffs on your water off that river, man, if y'all don't get that snowpack up, man. Shit, boy, it's hot as hell out here today, man.
Shabaka out there
Turn on the
Thursday.
damn tap water, man. Hell yeah, because you can't drink the tap water out here, man. This shit's got chlorine in it.
It's all them data centers taking up the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, hold on, crew. No, you got a point on that. It's because with all them using all that electricity, right? And then they got water turbines like they got up there in Washington State, because I forgot, man, where you cross out of Washington into Oregon, Jesse, you are literally going across the water turbines off that Columbia River.
Columbia River.
It is, but you had to get with Jay Dizzle on it. Yeah, you had to get, cause that separates Washington State from Oregon. You had to get with Jay Dizzle on that because, he would have more knowledge on it.
Yeah.
Because, he's from up there. And then the cold part about it is, the Columbia River goes right straight into the Pacific Ocean, you see. And I forgot.
Yeah,
man,
all the rivers,
does is here too.
all the rivers to the west of the Continental Divide flow into the Pacific. All the rivers to the east of the Continental Divide flow into the Gulf or the Atlantic.
Right.
But where's the Continental Divide?
In Colorado.
Continental Divide, man, is that mountain range, crew, in Colorado, Wyoming, Montana. You know what I'm saying?
There's one in North Dakota also.
Let me see. Okay, North Dakota is right next to
Montana.
I've never been.
Montana, bro.
There is, I'm telling you.
When you get up there around
the Rocky Mountain Range, it's the Continental Divide.
I'm telling you, Jesse,
right.
have I not been a damn courier in North Dakota?
Yeah, but crew, the rivers in North Dakota.
I'm telling you, there is a Continental Divide.
Where do the rivers in North Dakota flow to, bro?
Okay, one of them, the Red River, one of them from Bismarck, North Dakota, flows all the way to the Mississippi.
Exactly.
And then if you go a little west of that, then it goes, like I'm telling you, because I went to Montana, I saw all the shit that feeds California. I was at the Glacier National Park.
Right.
Yeah, I've been through Glacier National Park.
But I'm saying, I drive through North Dakota from Fargo to Bismarck all the time, and in the middle of my drive it says Continental Divide. They didn't put that shit there for no reason.
Let me see.
Oh, okay, I'm over here reading up on the Platte River. This is Wikipedia. Okay.
Montana.
Yeah, damn, boy, that Platte River, man, that motherfucker, because you got the North Platte River, then you got the South Platte River.
Yep.
I just put it in the chat. I just proved it.
Yeah. Yeah, and crew is right because the Missouri River goes all the way up there to South Dakota.
Yeah, but the Missouri River flows into what the Mississippi. River. And where does the Missouri River start in?
Yeah,
Montana.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that's where the Continental Divide starts.
No, the Continental Divide starts where the Missouri River starts.
The Missouri flows into the Mississippi. So then what?
From Montana.
So, but if you go a little over to the other side of Montana, then all that shit flows into California on the other side of the mountain. That's the divide.
That's
the divide
the west
is
side of the divide. No, crew. The divide is right where the rivers meet. The ones on the west side, they flow into the the ones on the east side of the Continental Divide flow into the Mississippi. The ones on the west side of the Continental Divide flow into the Pacific. So like,
and
Shabbat
that's
was talking
how
about
they
the
based
Columbia, that starts in where the Columbia River starts in Idaho.
It's called the
So on the other side
Laurentian Divide. It's called the Laurentian Divide.
the
Laurentian Divide.
The Snake River. The Snake River.
The Snake River borders Idaho and Oregon. I know that because I've crossed it. Okay, now I'm trying to get a map of Idaho.
They saying the James River and the Cheyenne River. The James River got to flow south, and the Cheyenne River flows north towards Canada. Like, it's mountains out there, so the rivers just flow a different way.
The Cheyenne Mountain.
Yeah, it's SH.
Yeah, but depending on what side of the Continental Divide they flow.
That's the
differently,
point.
too.
Right. That's the point of what I'm saying is North Dakota has a continental divide in it.
It's too far east.
No, it's not.
To have a continental divide. There's no mountain. There's no mountains in North Dakota.
I'm telling you, it doesn't have to, because it could be a plane that's higher than sea level. It doesn't matter. It's still the continental divide. They didn't put a landmark there for no reason.
Higher than. Whoever was surveying, they messed up.
Helena, the Great
The continental
Falls.
divide is.
Yeah, but when you
Look up what I'm going to put in the chat. It's called the Laurentian Divide.
Okay, then that's a different divide. That's not the same thing as.
No, it's
divide.
still a continental divide.
No, the continental divide splits the whole continent.
So
in
then
half.
why do they have a landmark and say when I'm driving down 94 or whatever that road is, 90, it's the same road that's in
Yeah,
Chicago,
it'll be 94.
from Fargo to Bismarck,
and the 90.
and they say the damn Laurentian Divide, and they say Continental Divide. I mean, they got signs for it and everything. You're in the middle of the country. Like, this is where one river flows this way and one river flows that way.
True. I'm in Colorado. We have a whole town called Divide. It literally sits right on the continental divide.
And there are more than one continental divide.
The continental divide goes from Canada down to Mexico.
So, but why do I say I can float a boat from Chicago? Why do I say I can float a boat from Chicago down the river and up the river to Denver? You just got to get 100 miles out of Denver and you can jump on my boat. Because all the rivers from Denver, all of them flow down into the Mississippi.
Hold on. The ones on the eastern side of it flow into the Mississippi. The Great Continental Divide, the primary divide separating the Pacific Ocean watershed from the Atlantic Gulf of Mexico watershed, passes through 6 U.S. states: Alaska, Montana, Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, where I'm at, in New Mexico. Now, there's secondary divides. That's what you're talking about. The secondary divide is what you're talking about in North Dakota.
Maybe, yeah.
That's
but it still said a continental divide. So that's what I'm standing on, is what it said on the sign.
Yeah, but that's secondary. That's not the primary. There's two divides. There's a Great Continental Divide, and then there's a secondary Continental Divide. So what you're talking about is secondary. I'm talking about the Great Continental Divide.
I'm trying to type faster than you. No, cause you know I'm
Smooth talking.
hey Che. Okay, so my shit, I'm on Gemini, the Google shit, cause fuck Elon. So Gemini said yes, North Dakota contains a secondary continental divide. The line cutting through North Dakota is the Laurentian Divide, also known as the Northern Divide.
Yeah, that's the secondary one. Cool. I'm talking about the
Just
great
standing at 5,280 feet directly eastern flank of the Great Continental Divide.
Exactly.
You get
I'm in
me?
the state.
Hold on. Do you hear that? 5,280 feet east of the
That's
Great.
a mile high. That's a mile above sea
No,
level.
I'm talking about. So what is 5,000 feet?
280 is the mile high.
No, what is 5,000 feet? That's like 2 miles, right?
That's a mile above sea level.
It's a little less
Oh
than a
no,
mile.
it said
280 is a mile.
Oh yeah, I read it wrong.
Yeah,
Jesse
mile
is standing
5,280 feet.
2 miles
Yeah, I'm in
above.
the city. Right.
What the hell are y'all talking about?
Oh God, we got a tour about the divide, but we got it figured out.
Jesse got the real divide. Jesse got the continental divide. I got the secondary divide, and I read the 5,280 feet wrong. Jesse is 5,280 feet above me.
Yes, correct. So you have to come
It's
uphill to
mostly
get here.
cloudy out here.
Whereas we would go downhill.
Yeah, I've driven uphill.
That's what I
No,
said.
Jesse, you right, because I've driven up that fucking hill, man, all the way from Albuquerque, New Mexico, man, where my damn car got snowed in at.
You should drive a U-Haul up the mountains, Shabaka.
Oh, hell
That shit
no,
is fun.
man.
That shit is fun.
No. Well, you a truck driver, crew, you know what I'm saying? I ain't got the skill, the patience, or the youth to do it, man.
Hey, I ain't even no truck driver. I drive the truck in the rail yards. That's the most I did.
Oh, well.
I can back up a truck
rail
way
yard
better
is
than a truck
size,
driver, though.
Yeah, you probably could, crew. Yeah, 'cause them rail yards is huge in Chicago.
That's why Chicago is the shit.
Just like when you...
That's why all the trains and all the airplanes go to Chicago.
Yep, they do. And then when you sins, man, you know what I'm saying? You crossing 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. I'm looking in my memory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Everybody wants to be black now.
You crossing about... Yeah, you crossing about 12 tracks, and they be having at Illinois Central, the Blue Rock Island line, Blue Island line, all them trains coming back and forth fast as hell. Yo,
And you know out where I'm at, we got the electric. We got the electric.
Looking at that shit. Y'all got the L train there.
Oh, I'm talking about we got the metro trains with bathrooms on the train and everything. Coming to the south suburbs.
No shit.
And when I look in the mirror, when I go outside in this world, when
Just keep talking amongst yourself.
Now who is that?
Oh, they've been going on this chick all day.
Oh yeah. Wait a minute. Somebody dropped. Where's Jesse?
He'll be back.
Where's crew?
I'm here.
Oh, all right.
No, but like this video that he finna go in on Shabaka. This Haitian chick, like, watch how she contradicts herself. She's gonna say, "Oh, well, we're all black, but I'm Haitian." But we're all black, and it's like, but when I say, well, I'm Black American, no, we're all black.
But
like,
these
what are you
saying? Me no black, me no black.
That's like
Don't
you saying
associate me with black.
Shabaka, you're Arizonian right now. You get me?
No, I'm in Nevada, not Arizona.
Okay, well, you're Nevadan, right? You're not
I'm still a
Coloradoan.
black. No, I'm still a black man in America.
No, but if Jesse builds some shit in Colorado, and you live in Nevada, you can't claim that shit.
Nah, we just want that damn water, man, because this water is horrible out here. Lake
And
Mead
that's
is all
the point.
dried up, man. They starting to scrape up some more coal, some more.
He just proved my point.
Some more corpses up out of there, man. They scraping some more corpses out of Lake Mead, man. That shit is low.
This is why I don't like any girls that look like that with their lashes and their hair and all that, because I think they're all just stupid. Because the way this girl finna talk is so stupid. Shabaka, it's like when you see them nose ring chicks. When you see these nose ring chicks, it's like, what the? Bruh, I can't.
Septum ring, especially. Oh my god. All right,
Yeah,
that's what I meant. The septums
out there in Oakland, I know that. Yeah.
Water God TV gonna give us an update on why everybody wants
more of that.
These Caucasians look at us, they see us as one people, black.
Shut the absolute up. Can we stop with it? We know as Caribbean people that we're better than them, that they're lazy. Even though it's bullshit, that's what we're taught. That they haven't achieved anything in this country because they're lazy. When the truth is that the way we're treated compared to how a foundational black American is treated is not the same. It's not the same. Whenever I deal with racist clients, in order to get them to stop being racist towards me, I tell them that I'm Caribbean by birth. Yeah. And they immediately recategorize me in their brains. Immediately. Someone will even tell me that I'm not black. Black Americans fought for you to even be here. Shut your bitch ass up. These my people, and I will defend them. Shut the fuck up.
We as a people have to understand that race, ethnicity, and nationality doesn't make us any different. It doesn't identify as Jamaican, identify as Jamaican
to get deported.
It's not surprising that he is going after black immigrants in this country, and it's certainly not surprising that he's choosing a black immigrant community that is also Muslim.
We're not black, we're not Arab, we're Somalis are not.
Boy, we can see that forehead even though you hide it under the do-rag.
Say I'm black today, I don't have to
do-rag, I ain't heard that term in years.
Tell you I'm Haitian, I don't have to tell you anything for you to understand that I am still you.
See, how is she us?
Malcolm, Little Richard, Billie Holiday.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So check this out. In this video, we going over how
all right, Jesse, I'm going to sign off, man, in about 15 minutes.
Everybody is upset with us colonizing before and this is where from, but this lady on Fit Podcast, and I told her being funded by like the DNC. I ain't gonna put a specific on it, but it's being funded.
No, those were little ones.
Because just like when Jesse Jackson gave us the midterm, that was political. That was just somebody from the grassroots saying that. That was a political agenda. Now we got this lady, Sunset, attach black people together, and she's attaching Haiti to the success of black people here in America.
Lord.
Can't make it up. But before I show y'all what this lady said, check out what are they doing this.
I'm a certified Gen X auntie. Their delineation is not new. They've always done that. Back before Jesse Jackson decided we should call ourselves Black, Negro,
somebody.
Not my favorite. But again, like I said, and more how to say that we had ties to Africa until actual Africans told us, no, we don't. They looked down on us because we were the descendants of slaves. And I'm going to tell you when it really clicked for me and I stopped using the term African American and I went just back to being Black or Black American. Back in, I think, 2000.
Boy, having connection issues.
World. Because she was half Black and half Filipino. And she was so excited to go to South Africa and connect with who she thought were her people. And they immediately shut her down and let her know. No, you shouldn't be using the term African American. You're just an American. And you can look this up. I didn't make this up. Like world it was. But I do know that they went to South Africa, and I do know. And I said, well, fuck, I'm not either. This whole, we're all Black is only because they're starting to get deported.
Yep.
And now it's finally clicking to them that what we've been saying all along, that when you come here to the United States and you look like this, they don't care where you come from. That is the reason we're all.
Which made perfect sense. Now listen to Sunset Monet. Check this out.
We as a people have to understand that race, ethnicity, and nationality doesn't make us any different. It doesn't make us any different to say I identify as Black, I identify as Jamaican, I identify American. That doesn't change. I could just say I'm Black today. I don't have to tell you I'm Haitian. I don't have to tell you anything for you to understand that I am still you. And when I look in the mirror,
Now, do y'all hear this? This is definitely new to us. Just like our days, yeah. Seen in their culture, which is fine. Yes, we flat.
outside in this world, when these Caucasians look at us, they see us as one people, Black. But the problem is, a group of people that don't know their identity cannot be rewarded reparations. That is why we
and
never
that's what
got
it's about. It is
reparations.
about reparations. That was a big argument. Let's just say that.
The issue is, if we do not claim or know our roots, then we can never be awarded for it. The reason why the Jews,
what you overlooking, lady, is that they made it a point
the reason why
for you not
Asians
to know your roots.
have love. This community is very hard to love. I don't even know what to say to that, because then what are we going to get rid of Malcolm X? His mother was from Grenada. Marcus Garvey was from.
What are you talking about?
How you just realize that you said y'all about, I guess, Asian people. But it's coming off to me as this is like another 154 podcast with the Caribbeans.
Yep.
Just like they got Vic Menza coming out with his podcast. They trying to flood the algorithm with they talking points politically.
So if you're gonna get rid of your prominent leaders, that was the trailblazers to a lot of the move. I can't under my
Think about it like this. Where have you seen anybody in any country, right? And then go out and say that they're going to go help other countries? Why are they keep saying that? This is why we're delineating, because we feel like people are trying to tag on to what our ancestors
For magic.
say now that you're the reason, Lord.
The tether say that I cannot play them. Even the big state. See, I can't physically tell the distinction between nobody at this table. Ethnicity is your cultural roots. Your nationality is where you're legalized. So until we even understand the distinction of words, you are not even
using the word black. It came from a Blackfeet tribe here in America.
Yep, Blackfoot.
We've been using words that went further back than when Europeans came to the land. So this is just trying to, I guess, because deportations is coming like Auntie.
Oppressor gave you these words, but we sitting around literally going back and forth because of words that does not even define your roots.
I'm saying, what difference does it make?
That is also
Because
what I'm
nobody
saying.
is going to see. But it's one thing when you say it at another time last week or next week or this week, and then you say it another time and you to say, look, we
got
you're just black. Fighting this fight and being pro, I didn't realize how deep rooted in our community. I didn't know it was that deep rooted. I didn't know I would be fighting to be loved by my own community. I didn't know I was going to be this outed, and it feels very discomforting. It literally feels like, oh, now I see what they did. They did a number on us, so much so you want to hate myself.
I can't get along.
So now they take it that we want them to hate ourselves. But this is politically, this is a political agenda, in my opinion. It's like, just like 154 podcast. Yes, they trying to not give us the credit that we have on this land and to make it confusing. But we ain't confused. This is deportations is happening and we can't be deported. Everybody trying to associate themselves with black. And that's a classification in America only. They, you know, first it was the Blackfeet tribe. It was, you know, tribes in America that called themselves that. Then they made it a classification in America. And now everybody's black from every country. I don't know what y'all think about this, man, in the comment section. We is going live tonight. We're gonna touch on more of this. Touch on more topics. Man, we got that FBA history you know, of what we did and what we accomplished on this land. But I appreciate all my supporters, everybody. I love and appreciate y'all. I'll catch y'all in the next video.
A community must have three things to have a
Subscribe to Front Line Blacc News.
community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax for your own people. You should at least control four basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive.
Take advantage of a free water test from us, and it's
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on your way out?
Okay, on the way
When
out,
discussion-
man, you know,
It's like delayed.
okay, what we got to do, man, is that we got to get, yeah, I know, Brother Che, and I've been taking notes, man, of certain comments that I've been making, man, of when my shit would drop. I suggest you do the same thing, too. And in about a week, we need to compare notes on it. Okay, but what it is, though, the Black experience is the most dynamic experience in the history of mankind. Okay, all these other groups, as we so well state, they want our rhythm, but they don't want our blues. Then you have OTBs coming up here trying to tell us our history. But then when we tell them their history toward us, oh man, you guys are black racists and all that. So which fucking side of the coin is it? You see what I'm saying? Like Democrats and Republicans, two sides of the same coin. You know what I'm saying? Just like old boy down there in Florida, in the Florida State Assembly trying to be the fucking governor. Well, motherfucker, how come you didn't introduce legislation to impeach that bastard? You see what I mean? Does that make sense?
Because he's in the same party.
Brother Che? Yeah, exactly. Oh, there you are. Yeah, exactly.
I'm here.
So therefore, he don't mean black people. Oh, okay. So which means is he doesn't mean the black community any damn good. And then, as I stated, if I got my poli-sci right, although it's been a million years since I studied it, okay, if he was so upset with the dude wearing panties, okay, then he should have been the first one to introduce articles of impeachment in that state legislature against his ass. Even if he did that and did not get the impeachment, I still would have recognized and appreciated the effort. Just like how California's all fucked up with screw some Newsom. You see? And what fucks California up is because, unfortunately, they have the majority of the electoral votes. How many elections, Brother Che, over the years has California decided? Quite a few, actually.
Just all of them.
Yes, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Because of the electoral votes that they have and what have you. And then, of course, too, what comes from California, man, when it comes out here to these celebrity endorsements of these political candidates. Hell, you know, you had two movie actors who became governors of California. Reagan and Schwarzenegger.
Oh, Senor Ronald Reagan
you see?
And Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Right. Talking about California. You know what I'm saying? You know. So, man, and as I say, is that, hey, we got to build up our commerce, man. Now we got to build up our economical platforms, our science and technology and mathematics. What do they call that? STEM, science, technology. What's the E for? Science. Yeah, science,
engineering,
technology. Oh, engineering and math. Yeah, and math. You see, we got to control our own on that. You see what I mean? Now we got to.
Yeah, but getting back to this,
as soon as we
these
say
other
this,
groups consider themselves black until it's convenient. That was the whole point of the video.
Oh yeah.
This bro was trying to talk about.
Yeah.
She's black now all of a sudden.
Yeah, so
but any other time she's Haitian.
Yeah, exactly. You see, exactly. And then when the police pull her black ass over, they go on this when they put her description, female black. You see what
She
I'm
Haitian
saying?
then
Then
too.
all that other stuff is going to be second.
But then she gonna be still saying,
Huh?
I'm Haitian. Don't treat me like them Black Americans. We got videos of them getting pulled
Right,
over by the
exactly.
police, and they telling the police, "Don't treat me like them Black Americans."
Right. Look what they did to Philando Castile. See?
Yeah.
Look what
We
they
know
did
his
to
direct
Amador
cousin.
Diallo.
Yeah,
'Cause,
and you
man,
see that
definitely give them
them
my
we
condolences,
were
man.
the FBA family came out and supported for justice for him. Africans wasn't coming out and support justice for him. Them Africans wasn't rallying in the streets behind
Yeah,
him.
exactly.
It was the FBA that was rallying in the streets
Yeah, right.
behind him.
Okay, and then like you say, Che, and I think me and Jay Dizzle came to the agreement on that. But they us. Yeah, see, just like that story we did, man, with that brother. Oh, I'm just here to take.
Yeah, that Ugandan tether. Yep.
Yeah, the takers. Yeah. So I'm gonna call them the ATs, the African takers. You know what I mean?
I'm here to
And then
build
when they
with
get
you.
fucked around by the police, right? And then when they get to business, then they want us to go to their support. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Where's the kitty at? Put the kitty up on TV.
Hope is watering not. Not I'm a loose spray in the bed again. Okay, Shabaka.
Hey, man,
We're gonna beat you.
Yeah. All right. So have a good show, brother Jay.
Okay,
And
thank you,
give
Shabaka.
you a call.
I'll see you later.
Tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. All right. And thanks for having me on the show. Okay.
You're welcome,
All right.
Shabaka. Have a
I'm
good
out.
night.
Okay.
Crew, did you come back?
Okay.
What are your thoughts, ladies? Here about all the black that want to all of a sudden want to be black once they start getting deported?
I don't know. I think all this is online. I don't see it out on the street. I think that it's way too late for you to get on TikTok and say you're not black, or for you to say you're black, because everybody knows that the United States, when they come over here, they've been down talk about the black folk that live in the United States. So over here, we don't mind saying we're black.
Mm-hmm.
We don't mind being in our whole essence. We don't mind not apologizing. We don't mind fighting racism, white supremacy. All this stuff is just, it's just what makes us. Then they come over here with an ugly spirit already. The spirit is already in the negatives because they were taught that black people in America don't have no daddies, are ex-slaves,
or criminals,
lazy, a bunch of shit. They didn't true. And, you know, when sometimes you tell me you just don't want to know, you're safe, you're cool, your parents, so you're not. You know?
Yep.
But to come back and
Get down,
after
Khalifa.
that, just because you got TikTok or Instagram and say, you know, put yourself in a position to be scrutinized by saying something, and we're over there, we're something working, we're checking on lineage, things like that. We want to just, it almost is, it's like, we can keep shortening it. And at the end of the day, it's going to be us in here and nobody else. And that's going to be pretty sad too. However, as long as everybody's covered with vitriol, there's no stopping the train.
Right. Okay, thank you for that, Lady Chain. Yeah, so don't try to be black when it's convenient. If you're gonna be black, be black all the time. 365 days a year, 366 on a leap year. We don't do this. Oh, I'm gonna be selected black, and then any other time I'm whatever nation I'm from. No, you're either black or you're not. This is as simple as that. So these people that talking about they black all of a sudden, but before the deportations, they was Dominican, they was Haitian, they was Jamaican, and whatever other country that they came from or their lineage is from. And then all of a sudden, when they start getting deported, oh, me black, why they treat me like that? No, we don't have time for that. So the lineage
The other black people.
full of
I
fat.
that rumor too. Talking about where they all get deported.
Yeah, we next and all that dumb shit. Yeah.
That didn't help you.
No, it didn't. So moving along, and let's Cruise back with us. Crew, did you come back or are you still gone? You still gone. All right, so we're gonna get on the white on white crime next. Glossing over their own criminality, while white on white crime is never a topic of discussion. So brother Torian Rain Reloaded is gonna give us an update on that.
About crime emerge in American public discourse, whether on television, social media, or political debate stages. One phrase appears with striking frequency, and that's black on black crime. It is invoked as a rebuttal, a deflection, or even a moral indictment whenever systemic racism, police, no equivalent cultural fixation on white crime. Statistically, most crime in America is intraracial. White Americans overwhelmingly commit crimes against other white Americans, just as black Americans overwhelmingly commit crimes against other black Americans. This is not controversial. So why is one framed as a cultural pathology while the other is treated as neutral, invisible, or just simply crime? In this deep dive, we're going to explore why white Americans as a collective rarely speak on white on white crime, while simultaneously demanding that black Americans publicly account for violence within their own across every racial group in the United States. White Americans commit most crimes against white victims. Latino Americans commit most crimes against Latino victims. Asian Americans commit most crimes against Asian victims. This is not because of inherent tendencies. It is because people commit crimes against those they live near, socialize with, or interact with the most often. Yet only one group's intraracial crime is racially labeled and moralized. When a white man kills another white man, it can be described as a domestic dispute, a mental health issue, a crime of passion, or a tragedy. Race, in that regard, simply disappears. But when a black person commits a crime against another black person, race becomes community dysfunction or moral deficiency. The silence around white on white crime is not because it does not exist. It is because whiteness is treated as the default human condition. Black itself. In America is to think of them, they allow images because white Americans do not perceive white on white crime as a racial issue. It is just simply crime. There is no perceived need for collective introspection, no call for racial accountability, and no demand for cultural reform. Black Americans, by contrast, are constantly asked to condemn crimes committed by unrelated black individuals, explain systemic conditions they did not create, and serve as spokespeople for an entire race. White Americans are not expected to fix white criminality because white criminality is not framed as racial behavior. Another reason white Americans rarely speak on white or white crime is simple. They don't have to. White Americans disproportionately control media ownership, editorial framing, political messaging, and academic gatekeeping. Those who control the narrative control what is named as a problem and what is left simply unnamed. Black on black crime is not a neutral descriptor. It is a political narrative. It emerged and gained traction because it served a purpose: to deflect from structural racism, to undermine civil rights claims, and to shift blame from institutions to communities. There has never been a political incentive to popularize the phrase white on white crime, because doing so would force a conversation about poverty in rural white communities, drug epidemics, especially that opioid one, and domestic violence, and white male violence. Silence in this case is very strategic. White American culture strongly emphasizes individualism, but only when it benefits white people. When a white individual commits violence, the narrative focuses on personal failure, psychological issues, and unique circumstances. There is no collective reckoning. But Black Americans, on the other hand, are treated as a collective identity, where the actions of one become evidence against all. This double standard allows white Americans to avoid racial self-examination while demanding it from others. White Americans do not speak on white crime because doing so would require of them resist, because it destabilizes their sense of neutrality and moral authority. Groups closer to power are rarely asked to explain themselves. White Americans are not pressured to address white crime because white communities are not over-policed in the same way. White crime is not used to justify collective punishment, and white neighborhoods are framed as worth saving, not containing. When crime occurs in white spaces, solutions focus on resources, treatment, and policing, surveillance, and moral lectures. Critique white on white crime because the system is not built to punish whiteness as a collective. Black victims. It is almost always deployed reactively as a way to shut down conversations about racism, police brutality, or inequality. Notice the pattern. Police violence is discussed, then all of a sudden someone will say, what about black on black crime? Systemic racism is raised, then someone will say something like, fix your own communities. Racial disparities are highlighted, someone will probably say personal responsibility or take accountability. There is no equivalent rhetorical weapon demanding white Americans address white on white crime, because the phrase itself was never meant to promote safety. It was meant to deflect blame. Media coverage trains the public to associate blackness with criminality. Crimes committed by black people are more likely to include mugshots, mention race explicitly, or be framed as part of a broader trend. White criminals, on the other hand, are more likely to be humanized, contextualized, or isolated as anomalies. Because of this conditioning, discussion. White Americans often position themselves as moral arbiters, commenting on black communities from a place of perceived objectivity. But moral authority without self-examination is simply hypocrisy. The refusal to speak on white on white crime while obsessively highlighting black on black crime reveals a deeper truth. This discourse was never about reducing violence. It was about maintaining a hierarchy. Imagine if white on white crime were discussed in the same way black on black crime was. You'll hear something along the lines of, what's wrong with white culture? Why don't white fathers stay home? Or why white communities glorify violence the way that they do? The outrage would be immediate. The framing would be rejected as racist, simplistic, and harmful. Yet this framing is normalized when applied to black Americans. White Americans do not speak collectively on white and white crime because they are not required to, not by the media, not by institutions, and definitely not by history. The fixation on black crime is not about safety, accountability, or concern. It is about deflection, control, and preserving racial narratives that excuse power while condemning the powerless. Until crime is discussed with the same structural honesty across all groups, these conversations will remain less about justice and more about maintaining the status quo.
You're right, Torrin.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment.
Crew, are you back? Crew is still gone. But yeah, shout out to Torrin. You should check him out. This link to his channel's in the description. Yep, he's right. You get no argument from me. If they did focus on white on white crime, they had the same talking points they have toward black on black crime. Oh, what's wrong with the white community? Oh, there's a lot of white fathers and all that. So, yeah, 20, that's dead on what he was saying. So, moving along, white supremacist Chuck the Bussy done got out. Why is white privilege? Clarksville, North Tennessee decided to let this fool out on $1 million bond. So our brother Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that and what we can do. Because this fool, he's gonna try to get unaliving of us. He already tried to unalive our brother Joshua Fox. Make sure y'all support us GoFundMe if you haven't already. And yeah, let's hear what the good professor got to say.
Bit of truth. Today's video is a public service advisory about a violent criminal who's been released, and the public needs to know who he is. It's Chud the Butthead. You know what he's done, and he's to be considered both armed and dangerous, in cold blood, and he'll be looking for his next unsuspecting victim. Don't let that be you. He's scum, but he's also a coward too. He was betting on his fellow racists throwing their state mental health disability checks at him when he got jammed up for that attempted murder charge, and for a moment it seemed like it would work. Give, Send, Go, a website that's funded a number of racist thugs in the past, was where he went to grift some quick cash from his fellow losers. The Give, Send, Go page was set up by Chud himself before he attempted that murder. He set it up after he was fired from his job, if he had one, for using racial slurs, and he was asking his fellow bigots for donations to keep him from becoming homeless. Give, Send, Go is a white nationalist website that acts as a clumsy front for basically money laundering cash given to race killers. They were the ones who used their platform to collect money for Kyle Rittenhouse. Funding white supremacist violence is what they were set up for. They're not Christians, they're white supremacists on their own personal jihad. Now, these crowdfunding platforms are supposed to have policies where they don't allow people to enrich themselves for violent acts. And even if some clown wants to say that Chud the Butthead hasn't been convicted of violence, there's no questioning the fact that he's committed violence. In his case, though, he wasn't quite so lucky because a Tennessee judge barred him from using the blood money that he got on Give, Send, Go, which for a while at least meant that he had his race skills in. Earlier this month, he put a dozen bail money each piece actually because he's only getting extra now. After he made a murder attempt, his bond for the restaurant arrest was revoked in Davidson County. So Chud knew that if he posted bail for the attempted murder that he tried to carry out in Clarksville, he would immediately be subject to arrest in Nashville. So he wanted to make sure that he had the ability to post bail for both. The district attorney general in Nashville said, "Last Friday, our assistant district attorney tells me that the judge, despite our objection, granted a bond to Dalton Etherly for 50 did. This will immediately file a motion to revoke his bond if he reoffends while awaiting trial." Now, keep in mind, this is exactly what was supposed to happen after he attempted to murder somebody, but that's how it works under white supremacy. As long as you got the complexion for the protection, well, the law. I find it dubious that they were really trying to stop the judge from granting him bond in Nashville, but for the sake of argument, let's say that they were. The reality is this judge knew he was facing charges for attempted murder and that he's a violent offender, and yet overlooked that to offer him bond anyway. See, this isn't a case of, well, he doesn't have a violent past. I mean, it's not like he has a criminal record. Of course he does. This is racial immunity from law. Theft of services straight to attempted murder means nothing so long as you got the right skin color. This is their way of trying to show that they stand in solidarity with this creep. Now that he's back out on the streets, he'll be trying to both lay low and at the same time posting more racially inflammatory content because he needs to show the racists that he's so edgy and daring. And after all, this is how he grifts for cash. Well, black people need to make sure that they're ready and able to protect themselves when he tries to run up on you, because this animal is armed and dangerous. Black people have to be ready to neutralize the threat the next time he shows up with a gun and starts throwing threats at someone. The white authorities allowed this creep to remain on the loose in the hopes that he would eventually kill a black person. That was the entire point. He tried, but like everything else in his life, he failed. So now the Tennessee courts are allowing someone who caught 2 criminal cases in less than a week to be out on the streets because, as they see it, he should be allowed to do some sort of kamikaze mission. Well, this Zero should get the same treatment the Japanese Zeros did during the war. This is a litmus test as to how much influence these racist rage baiters have with their own bigoted followers. They didn't have enough clout to actually keep this clown from getting jammed up in the first place, but now they're trying to see if they can get no accident that this crap is happening in Tennessee. Tennessee is, after all, the birthplace of the Ku Klux Klan, and it's also where Dr. King was assassinated. So that state is absolutely infested with racist trash. We shouldn't accept any lies that these race killers are working in isolation. They're not. Kyle Rittenhouse certainly supported the racist judge who presided over his case. And the fact that he's got a number of cases against him, especially for attempted murder, he should already have been deplatformed from every single social media site and every sort of video file sharing site that there is out there. He shouldn't be able to post content anywhere, and any of his crap should already be gone. But it's not. Just like with Give, Send, Go, these social media sites, they always make sure to protect creeps like this. They make it where these guys can post whatever anti-black content they want, including attempted snuff films, and they just allow that stuff to stay up on the internet anyway. It is meant to embolden the next anti-black would-be mass murderer. This is what these social media websites do. But then again, whenever you look at the people who are behind these websites, you find they're every bit as anti-black as these would-be race soldiers out here on the streets. So family, you make sure that if this creep decides that he's going to run up on you with a gun, that you are ready and prepared to protect yourself. Because he's not looking to do content. What he's looking for is to carry out a murder and to see if he can get these racist judges to back him up. And they've already shown that that's exactly what they're willing to do. The fact that he's got a well-established public record of running up on black people with a gun, trying to start fights, threatening people, terrorizing people, trying to intimidate the public, and he had already been charged with a criminal offense less than a week before the attempted murder charge. That alone should have been enough to make it where he doesn't have making a racialist statement. Well, black citizens need to be prepared to make a statement of their own. That they're not going to be intimidated, they're not going to be terrorized, and when someone calls themselves running up on you screaming racial epithet, yourself. And speaking of protection, the community needs to be exercising some of its own by remaining vigilant and keeping an eye out for this would-be anti-black race killer. As the terms of his bail are, he's supposed to be under house arrest with an ankle monitor. He's not allowed to have a gun. Well, somebody needs to make sure that he is actually obeying the terms of his bail, because he's not the kind of individual who actually believes in obeying the law. He's made it very clear he'll violate the law every chance he gets. The community, for its own safety, needs to make sure that he is compelled to obey the law, and if he decides he's not going to, be killer. And we also know that this guy is looking to kill someone. This is not a matter of, well, it might happen incidentally. His entire purpose of doing it is he is trying to kill someone on video. He thinks to himself that's how he's going to immortalize himself with these other white supremacists out there. Sure, he's supposed to be under house arrest, and he's supposed to have an ankle monitor, and there's supposed to be stringent restrictions on his ability to move around. But the reality is, as we saw with Ethan Couch and others, these people already know the law is not going to come down on them very hard or at all when it comes to them violating the terms of their bail. These guys can just run around and it doesn't matter. They get caught, so what? The court's simply going to say, well, you shouldn't have done that, and they'll be treated as if nothing had happened. So the black community in Tennessee, who understand that these racist judges are deliberately and intentionally enabling a violent anti-black would-be killer to look for his next victim, they're trying to help him carry out a murder, and they're doing it intentionally, that community has every right to make sure that them are harmed by this creep. And since they know that the judges are doing everything that they can to allow this guy to skirt the law and scoff at the law, the community is also justified in making sure that this violent would-be murderer actually obeys the terms of his bail, whether he wants to or not. This is a violent anti-Black thug whose acts of criminality have only been escalating. He started off with throwing racial slurs, and then from there throwing racial slurs with a gun, and inevitably trying to murder someone. At this point, about the only step left is the old going out in a blaze of glory, or in his case, he knows the cops aren't going to harm him because he's white, so he'll decide that maybe he commits a mass shooting next. This is another one that we've seen countless times in the past, like in Ron DeSantis's Florida, where he allowed the Jacksonville killer to be emboldened by the stochastic terrorism of the DeSantis regime until he inevitably felt emboldened enough to carry out an anti-Black mass murder. This is the end result that they want. This is the goal that they want. And it is the responsibility of Black people to be realistic about the threat that they're up against and be prepared to protect themselves from it. The so-called law enforcement is not enforcing the law against this criminal, so it's up to the conscientious citizens to make sure that the law is being upheld and is being obeyed. People who are in denial about white supremacy may try to claim, well, we don't know what's going on in his mind. The hell we don't. We know exactly what kind of satanic brew is going on in that two-cycle weed whacker brain of his. He's thinking to himself, how can I carry out some anti-Black act of violence? I failed to kill a Black person last time, but this time I'll do it even if it's the last thing I do. That's what's going through his head. And that being the case, no matter what plans he may have to attack Black people in the future, the one outcome that the conscientious citizens there can guarantee doesn't happen is that he ever jumps bail. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Wally Bilal, John Harvin, Anthony Nelson, Abram Pruitt, and LB. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Exactly, Fresh always, and exactly, Professor.
And or this word assist do.
To hell with Chud the Bussy. Make sure y'all keep your power tools at the ready. You never know when you have some white supremacist trash that needs to be blown away or some obstacle that needs to be cut down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your leaf blower at the ready and always carry your steel power tools. Because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work on a racist white supremacist like Chud the Bussy. All right, so moving along, we got Marc Lamoy Shield. He's getting backlash, and rightfully so, for comparing the N-word to trans man, Lord. So our brother Ant, Big Ant, the spokesman of Urban Politicians TV, gonna give us an update on that.
Dude, lock them all up. What are you talking about? That's my point. I'm saying it shouldn't matter. Yeah, that's my point. I'm saying that I don't think your identity should matter when you're doing something like this.
And let's keep it real though. When things like this happen, the gloves be off. We drag. So the fact that people are misgendering her at the same time, I don't nobody want to hear you say don't misgender her after she did that to a 13-year-old kid.
I think we have space for both, right?
Yeah, well, sure.
In the same way that if a Black person did something awful to somebody, we wouldn't allow white people to call them niggas while they're criticizing them, right? We'd say, you know what? Don't call them niggas and drag this person. Sydney Star should be dragged.
I'm not saying
is that a
no.
And
hear me out. Let me make this clear because I want to make sure that
I don't think a misgender is a slur. If I call it,
no, misgender is absolutely
to trans people, yes,
it's a real misgender. You're wrong about that part, but I do think it's different. But let me say this.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Wait. If you not knowingly called,
no, I'm talking about. I know Sydney Star. I'm saying,
but I don't know what Sydney Star identifies as today. If someone just says that's transgender person, but you
that
still,
gets to be a tricky.
Let me just make my point. What I'm saying is that if we know that somebody is a trans woman and they identify as a woman and we intentionally call them a dude, that's what I'm saying is.
You tell me that's the same as calling somebody a nigga.
Can men get pregnant?
Depends. I know.
What does it depend on?
I know trans men that can get pregnant.
That means it's a woman.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, and I want to make sure I came and doubled down on my stance with Marc LaFront Hill disrespecting black people by comparing for somebody being misgendered because they did something wrong as a form of disrespect, as this came out on episode 955 of the Joe Budden podcast, and I had a link in the description where y'all can watch that in full if you need more of the context. But what was said, and I didn't even know Candace Owens talking about men can have the babies if they trans and all this other hogwash and nonsense, because I had saw that before, but I really didn't pay attention to it. I didn't really dive in, but it been brought back to my attention right now, so I get the full context and understand it, how sad that dog really is. But in his responses, dog was getting on here saying, bro, I don't know what the books you've been reading, but burn them. This was the most insane thing you've ever said, is what somebody told him. He responded with, what's insane about it? I don't think that we should use slurs or other identity-based insults against people, even when they do awful acts. I didn't say that misgendering and using the N-word were the same thing. It was a reductio as absurdum. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to finish the thought. Then he responded to somebody that said, no, I get the sentiment. It's a bad analogy. Nothing will compare to a white person calling a black person the N-word due to the context. Misgendering is bigoted, but not remotely the same. He said it's not an analogy. I'm challenging the argument that it's okay to be bigoted if the act they committed is bad enough. The N-word is an extreme example to disapprove the premise. Again, reductio and absurdum, not an analogy. Bro, that's exactly what you did when you brought them up together. That's just what that is. You compared the two. I knew he was going to come with the word antics, word theatrics, salad, and everything of the sort. We not, bro. And this is disrespectful to black people as of what they've been through in this country. Our history, our lineage, the suffering and pain that comes behind the N-word. 500 years plus, even on to this day of what goes on with that and how black people have been treated. Where black people from America, you minimize them and what they've been through when you say things like this, for the simple fact they don't have a choice whether they black or not. They don't have a choice to be seen as somebody from this root, from this lineage of this country who ancestors went through slavery. So calling them a derogatory term that was meant to harm, dehumanize, disrespect, treat them like they less, as opposed to what is scientifically proven, documented. We have pronouns, we have an English definition, and it's so crazy because dog is gonna try to use word semantics and use definitions of words to fill them in and try to make sense. But they use these words that you're trying to use in definition, these words mean, that means that you don't want to, you're purposely not trying to pay attention to what these other words mean. On this dude sitting in studio, ain't nobody ever seeing it that way. Don't ever make they fight, they problems, they issues, because that boy can wake up tomorrow while he possibly finna get this jail time for what he did to the 13-year-old. Y'all go look that up. I don't even know 13, but the charges was less than 16. Supposedly, allegedly, also found a condom there as well. You about to defend that and die on that hill for this nonsense. Want to be come on now. But when you listen to that convo with Candace Owens, it shows you who he really is.
I want to be identified by this name. Why not just honor that?
If you changed your name, I will honor it.
But why not? I mean, I'm sure you call people by nicknames, dog. I'm sure you grew up in a black neighborhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
People, I know you know somebody named Peanut, right?
Yeah.
Right. You don't say, well, that's not your legal name.
I'm saying if a name is one thing, but if you're asking me to change pronouns, I'm not going to do that. because these are established pronouns. You're asking me to now change the English language, right? We know why we call female she, her, girl, woman. Okay, these are this is a book, and this is a mug. Could you call this a book and call this a mug? Yes, you could do that if you want to change it, but words have meanings, right? So now if I switch it and you say, well, this mug wants to be called a book, mug, just a mug. This is the word words to accommodate you. I'm not going to do that.
No,
now, it's not. It is. It's not only is it in trouble.
I'm saying that's not
for misgendering someone.
The request of the trans community is not that I'm actually a man, but I want you to pretend I'm a woman. The argument with the trans community, which I agree with, is no, I am a woman, and so I want you to revert me.
But you're not a woman. So that's the problem. So this is what I say is now you've asked me to take on your mental disorder, right? So
I say that for the simple fact, bro, you obviously have chosen the side of, hey, I'm gonna defend this group because it's financial benefit. It's something else going on behind the scenes with you, bro. You don't want to call a spade because you don't affect money. You don't want to feel like you separating somebody or whatever it is. But we got to call it out. Don't compare what my history on this country been through to none of that other stuff where people have these feelings and emotions and they want to come and say, claim whatever they want to claim. And they can rep whatever they want to rep, that's cool. Whatever you want to be seen as, that's cool. But what we not about to do is minimize our people fight and plight to protect somebody else and act like they going through the same thing. That's disrespecting your own people. I'm going to call that out every single time. And y'all only do this, people in this game, because you don't want to face cancellation. You don't want to get backlash, or you maybe been incentivized by a group somewhere behind the scenes, or you see something from it. I ain't saying that you got to go against them. I ain't saying that you got to sit up there and call them out. All I'm saying is don't make no sense at all, and then comparing it to us and our people for everything we've been through with the pain and suffering years over here. We're not doing it, man. Tell me what y'all think. We got more coming, more videos, all that. 1,000 for shit show. Stay on your pivot.
Yeah, we're not entertaining that damn gender dysphoria.
We just wrapped up.
If you look like, Lord, if you were born a man and you decide that you're gonna be a woman all of a sudden, you can't get mad at people for saying, "Hey, man," because you're a freaking man. It's like a woman. If you want to be a man, but you're a woman, you're gonna be identified as a woman. Like, this shit is just getting beyond out of control, y'all. Like, I've had it up to here with this shit. To hell with Marc Shield. Anything he has to say. And he's gonna be next on the council list. You keep it up. Sydney Starr. There's some degenerate, vile shit. And they need to go to prison for that shit. It's just plain as simple as that. And we're not going to entertain their dysphoria because they feel like today they want to be a woman, or today they feel like they want to be a man. Like, no, fuck all that. So moving along, we got Willie D, the Democratic Shield. He interviewing Nolan Wells' family, or not Nolan Wells' family, my apologies, Karmelo Anthony's family, his parents, and they're going in on the DA. Karmelo Anthony's parents expose the DA's secret tactics.
So we just wrapped up the first hearing for the motion for a new trial. So how do you think it went?
It's mixed.
Yeah.
Everything we that wasn't sent out to the public. You agree? Mm-hmm. Based on what was told, the narrative, it just made us. It's right now. I'm still. It was so much at that time.
Yeah, it was a lot. So damn, the dude had a penchant for fighting for violence.
Yes.
Very, very
Never
violent.
put out there.
Back in
He was using
choking his own mama.
Yeah, that threw me
You
off.
know?
I mean, your mama. I said, man, you got to be different.
Threatening to slap his daddy and he don't do nothing. And this kid right here, like he was a real problem. You know, when I heard all of that stuff, I'm talking about a treasure trove of incidents. Captured on his phone. I ain't like this is not third-hand knowledge. This is him recording himself in most cases. Passing along text.
Yes. It was very shocking. Like I said, right now, it's so much to take in because it's like, man, what? I mean, somebody to do that, and how that picture was painted, like it was the perfect angel. I'm just still, like I said, I'm going to shock this to mama.
Yeah.
And you took your mama.
Yeah. Worski speaking publicly about your son, saying things that you know that are not true.
It was very hard. It was very hard. It was very hard.
Yeah. So, and as a father, I saw your reaction many, many times. You know, and you like it was like you wanted to say something. How was it?
And it's hard, man. God, that's what I can tell you, man. It was hard.
Yeah.
Based on the temperature we have right now, with like I said, like it's like, man, the things that was revealed, the mindset of these kids, of them, that's what they do.
Yeah.
My kid could have been
right.
That's what hurts more than anything. Man, it's as a father, it's like, man, like what do you, as a black father, well, how can you have a conversation with your son? What can you really tell your son?
Yeah. Your new attorneys, led by Russell Wilson, how satisfied is it to know that you have the type of representation that you have?
I mean, it's a blessing.
Yeah.
It really is a blessing.
Again, God is real. Like I tell them, man, y'all haven't seen, man. It was a family that was lied. We was thinking about they lied on us. We bought cars, we spent money, we did all this thing. And they attack their jobs. It's if people don't see this it's like they have a playbook. Oh, this was going on? All right, it's the play. And everybody know. I got a famous lady telling me this, Titi, I call her Titi. Titi said, man, they know how to stay on task. They stay on code. Right. They stay on code. Like, that's happening with Nolan. Same thing, went to the wow.
How do you navigate all these untruths? People just saying things that you know to be a flat out lie. How do you navigate through that and try to maintain some sense of sanity, when you want to just, explode?
Man, talking to God, this woman here, me and her, we vent. Like I said, I feel like what the little Mo used to say there, I cry, you cry. Man, we do more than we lean on each other right now. I lean on family. Yeah. It's a very hard. It's just hard, period.
Yeah.
Like, it's both sides. It's definitely, it's hard. Even I mean, it's like, like I said, it's the same way. And if people don't see the play, is that telling you we can't win for losing?
Right.
Like, you think about it, was the exact same play. They went after their family, went after their job, so they purchased it. So we did it too. We can't work our reputation. Like my situation is
a victim.
Lovely D, the tether lord. He's an FBA, so he's not a tether. He's a Democratic shield.
See this, then right.
He interviewed Carmelo Anthony's family. So we pray for justice for Carmelo Anthony. Hopefully he gets a new trial. We'll definitely keep y'all updated. So the latest thing is the Chiefy D Tupac murder trial. So on day 3, Mob James was subpoenaed to speak. He said a bunch of stuff. One of the things he said was that Tupac did knock him out, and Suge had something to say about that. So UPTB, Urban Politicians, our brother Big Ant, spokesman, gonna give us an update on that.
I'm not going to speak on Orlando. Let me ask you something about yourself. There was a rumor that Tupac had knocked you out one time.
I'd have killed.
That would have been your response if that happened.
Yeah, I'm being honest with you and everybody else. I said it on my podcast show. Him, Suge, and my brother. I done shot out 3 of them. That's how I was living.
Why is that?
That's what I'm doing.
Is it fair to say that you to do something if you're going to get punked by somebody like Tupac?
You don't have a choice, or you can't be there.
I'm sorry.
So on the night of the murder, you were working as the head of security for 662. Explain for us a little bit about was that club or was it somebody else's?
Sure, to my understanding.
Okay. And
do I answer this?
That's a straight.
Okay.
Did you see that?
When I was a part of that, like I was a part of that. And I was because you asking something that's gonna hurt this dude. And when okay, let me stop.
Information that said that guy, as a bunch of other people, were involved in what?
Murder of Tupac.
Okay, so question.
Stop.
Can you focus on me for a second, sir?
Yeah, we had a talk last night, and you were kind of grousing about people who were testifying that aren't telling the real story. Will you explain to our viewers, please?
Oh, first of all, my opinion, Tupac was the most incredible person you can have as a friend, as a brother, and still today, his morals. Number one, all these guys perjuring themselves on the oath. Number one, James never worked for me, never was head of security for me, and I can see he's a little bitter because Tupac put him on his pockets before. But the most important thing to this is that everybody knows he's an FBI informant. Everybody knows he's a rat. So why we gotta act like he's gonna tell the truth? Don't KPD and James.
So hold on, I just want to throw records. Talked about what he saw that night. You're saying he did not work for you at all?
No. Now, he might have been to the club hanging out trying to hustle people and not putting the guy down or nothing like that, but he's an informant. He didn't work for me. If he would work for me, he would have had a death row chain. He would have had a ring. You would have seen him in pictures around us hanging out. No. One other thing is very important. It's time for a change. You have people who've been talking to me like Universal for doing a movie or documentary to get all the information from my side, because I am death row, to talk about death row. Now they want to do with Snoopy, which I'm going to sue the shit out of him, because you have a lawyer that David Kenner gave all my files to and gave it to him to use my stuff. So it's very important that people always, these guys at Universal who's trying to do these things at one-on-one, stop making people deal with street justice. We should be grown enough to deal with regular justice.
So wait, are you saying you're going to sue? You're going to sue Universal? Or you're going to sue Snoop?
Well, Snoop is nobody, but I'm going to sue Universal for taking my personal stuff. That's Harvey. How is it any company putting the Death Row catalog sells for $300 million, $400 million? They offer me $700 million, but then they go and get it for $25 million. The same people who did the default judgments against me. It's crazy.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV. UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, and I do want to first and foremost, once again, make it very clear that in no way, shape, form, or fashion, when y'all see me laughing right there, it's not about Tupac losing his life. I know his family members and loved ones are affected with this still to this day. Also, the possibility of Keefy D going to prison for the rest of his life. Anybody connected to the storyline who was affected, others' lives lost. That is not what at all. This is a serious matter. I just cannot watch with y'all. It is hard to crack a smile and laugh at it, bro. It's the delivery of it where Mob James, you even heard people laughing in the courtroom the other day as we now getting into day 4 of this thing today, where Suge Knight has now responded to Mob James and Keefy D and everything going on in the trial. And I had at least a description where you can watch the clips at the beginning in full from TMZ and Law and Crime Network, where Suge Knight has claimed all of them is committing perjury, saying that Bob James has never worked for him. He was not head of security. He said, hey, man, I can't help but laugh at Suge. Man, he was down there maybe hustling people at the club or something. He wasn't working for me. He ain't had no chain. He ain't had no ring. Now, his brother Buntry, that was Suge Knight's guy. Mom just told us he's been there. Now, the allegation I'm telling, that comes from a story that was told by another Compton Bumpton OG by the name of FG. He is claimed and have claimed it. So a confidential informant. They whole time. It's a fact from what other bumped in the head years. They told that his cousin shot and killed his nephew, Orlando Baby Lane, is the one that shot and killed Tupac when he did the 2008-2009 proffer. And I guess they put both years on it because it might have started in 08 and ended in 09. They even brought the one of the cops that were present in there to testify. Is it right now? Because that's the guy who has kind of been vocal about it throughout the years and even did like a doc and want to sell the story itself. But this right here is coming down with this case. At this, of course, at Snoop Dogg, just that whole of my child on the West, just with Snoop, or G, Daz, and everything. They always into it. And Suge, though, he gonna call from prison and tell it just like it is. Like what boy AC say, they got Suge phone up in there just for times like this where they can get him on the phone or they have him access to a phone. You can call in and tell us what you want to say about what's going on with anything like this. And Suge just gonna press what he pressed. I say this, man, I don't know what's what with it, but Keefy D gonna have to look at himself what his testimony is based on, because they don't have physical evidence of the murder at all, as far as a gun, as far as the car. They got the storylines, and they got him going on the internet and telling these things, doing the documentary, writing the book, interviews, everything of the sort, where they say that this right here, because of the proffer, he null and voided it, but the proffer never stood and lost. But by him going out there, putting it out there, they found the loophole to charge him on. I'll keep it 100. Pac would not be wanting to work with the police. Pac didn't rock with the police at all. He wouldn't want it to go this way from who he was as alive. Now I would know, that's not for me to speak on. But do I think that this is about justice for the police and they just look soft? Nah, I think it's a political case. It gets a lot of headlines. It gets the conversation going on this department and things, because we 30 years later, they don't have any physical proof. The defense is, I'm exaggerating on, and I'm doing this. Have to see happen with it. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Make sure you pivot.
What the fuck, man? Mob James, you saying too damn much. And I wouldn't be surprised if he was a confidential informant. I would not be surprised in the least. But we'll keep y'all updated on the Keefy D Tupac murder trial. So moving right along, we got the U.S. debt just hit 40 trillion, y'all. 40 trillion with a T. And what happens to your money now? So Lisa is going to give us an update on that.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. You know, when Donald Trump was out there campaigning, he said he would get this country out of debt. Even after the country was declared insolvent, and he was the sitting president and still is, he said they would get us out of debt. And the total opposite happened. When he came into office, the country was about $34 trillion in debt. The country is now, and of course, a lot of people are blaming Donald Trump for his outrageous spending, because we know he started that ballroom, which is halted by the courts, by the way. And he's trying to get permission and more money to continue with his ballroom / bunker. You know, a 30,000-foot bunker. I don't know why anybody would need a bunker that big, but he must be planning on putting his whole family down there, grandkids and all. So anyway, you know, a lot of people feel the ballroom was wasteful spending, and I definitely agree with that. And, you know, let's face it, y'all, when you go back and look at European history, every time these folks tried to start up a country, it would always fall in 250 years. We are at the 250-year mark. They just celebrated the 250th year of America on July 4th. And everything is definitely falling apart. It is no doubt about it. Not only do we see it here in this country, people see it all over the globe. In fact, Donald Trump tried to go out in the media and threaten Iran, and yesterday he threatened Oman. And Iran came out and really pushed this in Donald Trump's face. He said, yeah, you know, why is America $40 trillion in debt? And they're right. Think about it. People get up in this country and go to work. Even a lot of non-working people and business owners are paying taxes. It's a lot of money being collected through taxes, right? And we've been paying taxes for a very long time in this country. It makes no sense that politicians, that's why they don't want to leave office. And many of them will sit there until they literally dry up and die and won't leave, because they are taking all the money. They're robbing the place blind. There's a reason why these people don't want to leave these positions and stay, literally stay until the day they pass on. So, and you see Donald Trump is building that bunker because when 2029 comes, he's not going to leave, y'all. He's going to go down in that bunker and refuse to leave. That's what he's going to do. He's not building that bunker because, you know, it's for a special purpose. No, refuse to leave. Okay, and that's why he's going to have his own hospital underground too, to keep his evil ass alive. So it really don't make any sense, but these folks can't get a country past 250 years, y'all. And we see America's falling apart, and it's going to continue to fall. You know, They got so much pride and so proud of themselves. But one thing they can't do is admit they cannot and are not capable of running a country. There are countries over in Europe that have collapsed. Greece, Italy, okay, quite a few of their countries, especially in the Eastern Europe part over there, a lot of those countries have financially collapsed. So they're not as up to par as they want us all to believe. They want us all to believe they are capable, smart, and the best people to run everything. And that is completely false. And it's completely false. Their alpha are at the whole world see. You were concealing for a while. Y'all were hiding. Now it's see. So y'all, let's get to it. Okay, so you still have a few days to grab your goat milk shampoo and goat milk leave-in conditioner on Etsy for 40% off. And there are still plenty in stock. So grab it up today and get that discount. All right, y'all. Now let's get to the video. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Yeah, and remember the tariffs were supposed to bring America all kinds of money. America has lost money and lost countries that used to buy U.S. goods since Donald Trump been in office. This country has not made anything off of those tariffs. Thank you for the ones.
We're going to pay off debt. Because remember, we have $34 trillion in debt. We've got to pay it off. We're going to pay down debt. We're going to reduce the hell out of the debt. We're going to pay off debt. The $35 trillion in debt, we're going to pay it off. We're going to get it done fast, too. Pay off debt. Pay off a lot of the debt, and we have plenty of it. We'll start paying off debt. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. We're going to give back a lot of money into the treasury and pay down debt. We're going to work on national debt very strongly, by the way. We are going to grow to start paying down our debt. We have $35 trillion in national debt. We're all set to do it. We're going to make a lot of money. We're going to pay down debt. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to pay off our debt. We're going to do things that you wouldn't believe. We're going to make our country so competitive.
The U.S. national debt hit $40 trillion. And you can actually see this is a live clock on the screen of the national debt. It is ticking up dollar by dollar as I speak. And you hear $40 trillion, you think, okay, that's big. But how big?
Yes.
It is bigger than the largest economy in the world, which is the U.S. economy. Mm-hmm. We're roughly $33 trillion when it comes to GDP. But the thing is that the national debt has doubled since 2017. So this problem is becoming worse. And if you think about it, though, there's plenty of blame to go around because this has been a bipartisan problem.
It's bipartisan. Right? It sounds like a big number, and it is a staggering number. But the real concern, of course, economy and the interest on that $40 trillion is an insane amount.
Well, it's been
so who do we blame? There's always somebody that
have increased spending. There has been wars. There has been COVID. There's been the interest rate. When you think about that $40 trillion, it is an accumulation over decades of the government spending more than it had and not being willing to cut. What does it mean for us at home?
Yes.
And we could potentially country, which there's plenty of people about that that they're worried about the debt.
You may have hit, well, I guess you would call it a sobering milestone, $40 trillion
in debt. It literally is record breaking. and it's territory they've never been in. Let's be for real. They never really tried hard to do that. And number two, Donald Trump has done nothing but spend since he's been in office. And remember, they wanted him and Pete Hegseth wanted, so they're not trying hard to drive debt down. They are driving it up, and they always been driving it up.
That's T for trillion, $40 trillion. I went to the website, National Debt Clock, to see what that means exactly. So mind-boggling. The debt per U.S. citizen is now $16,000. The debt for each U.S. taxpayer is more than $360,000. And look at how the debt to gross domestic decades, past several decades actually, 52% in 1960, climbing to 122% today. That's the percentage of our debt compared to our annual economic production. It's a gauge of the country's financial health, and it does not look good. A quick look at Washington State shows $102 billion owed according to the debt clock. That's more than $13,000 per citizen.
Look at this. National debt has hit, oh my God, look at that figure. It's almost as if they had it ready for me. $40 trillion.
There you go.
$40 trillion. It's more
Thanks.
than double.
I think I was off too long. My bad.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell? I thought you had passed out or something. What the hell, Google?
No,
Man,
I was about to step out, but I was busy talking to somebody before I stepped out, so I was on mute for a long time before I left. But I made it back. And then when I got back, I'm like, okay, damn, Jesse to put me backstage.
US.
So
yeah, I thought you
my point is, if they talking about 40 trillion, and did you see how the chick just said, oh, well, 40 trillion will make that back, right? Like it was nothing. 40 trillion.
Yeah.
Like it was nothing. You get me? Like we could probably say that to each other maybe about $1,000 or something, right? Because you know, it's like, all right, well, we're grown ass men in our 40s, so we should have $1,000, right? But still, $1,000 ain't the shit to have, and it's still gonna be hard to come by regular nigga standards.
Right.
So, but she just threw out that 40 trillion like it's just okay. That's just the cost of doing business. All right. So if that's the cost of doing business, cut the check.
Exactly.
Cut the check.
Right.
Since 40 trillion is just nothing. Wow, that sounds like a down payment on us niggas.
Right. That's exactly what it sounds like. Wow. We got Lala Go Harder back in the building.
Look, I've been gardening out back, so I done picked up a couple plants out back. So.
Okay. Yeah,
so feel free to cut me off whenever. But you see, I still was cool with Shabaka. I haven't tweaked out.
Right. Right. All right, let me finish this up.
Less than a decade ago. Let's not be political about this. There's a chart showing whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, the figure has gone up, okay? And it's gone up also. It's not just about the absolute money. It's about the debt to GDP. And if I said to you, we're roughly double what we were at the big financial crisis in 2007.
You know what? Uptight 24, you ain't never lie. I need some of that debt money. Yo, no, we need our reparations. I don't give a damn about what their debt is. They did that to themselves. We are still due reparations. I don't care. Whatever you got in them bank accounts, in these bank vaults and everything, you need to give us our reparations. I don't care about the debt that you're in. That's your problem. Y'all caused that. We didn't cause nobody in my community caused your debt problems. Y'all caused it yourself. If anything, Chattel slavery gave you a lot of money and a lot of head start. And it just goes to show you, y'all squandered all that money. You did. You squandered all the money. That's why you're $40 trillion in debt. You had a surplus. As long as we were working, our forefathers were working for free. You had a surplus for hundreds of years. You don't have that anymore because, number one, no matter how much y'all keep trying to tell us Donald Trump is a businessman, Donald Trump is a failed businessman. Number two, I used to, like I told y'all before in the past, I used to read the Wall Street Journal all the time at one point in my life. And these big mega corporations, damn near all of them out here are failing. Many of them have been failing for the last 20, 30 years. But they are still up and running as a company, as an organization. They are hemorrhaging money. Some of these companies are losing billions of dollars in a quarter, but they are still in business. See, they give you the illusion that they know how to run businesses, but they absolutely don't know how to run a business, y'all. Go out there and look at how many companies have lost billions and trillions of dollars. They lose a hemorrhage money, many of these corporations that are headed by these folks. They never knew how to run an organization. They just talk a good game and make you believe they know what they're doing and know how to do it. If you know what you're doing, and everybody got high IQs up in here, there's no damn way you should be $40 trillion in debt. This is all y'all. This is all y'all. You can't put nothing, not 1 ounce of this on us. This is all you, all your politicians, your government, and all these people that are squandering money every single day in this country. Y'all give contracts to people with failed businesses. Y'all give grants to people with failed businesses. You do it all the time. You don't even ask questions. Company could be going down the drain and y'all will still give them millions in grants. It's unbelievable. But look at where that's gotten you. This, you know how bad this looked? You claim to be the best country having the biggest GDP on earth, and you can't even manage your money. I bet you there's many nations out here that ain't even close to having $40 trillion of debt, but this country got it.
In 2010. Our debt to GDP in America now is double those levels, give or take. Now, more than a quarter of that $40 trillion is coming under the president, Mr. Trump's watch, exacerbated by his One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which the Financial Times says is set to push up debt by more than $4 trillion by 2034. So that swelling debt figure now means the government spends a record $1.37 trillion a year just servicing the interest on that debt. I just mentioned that. Now that's more than the budget for the Pentagon and is more than this year's outlay on Medicare. Anyone else?
They could just pay us niggas up what they owe and then we'll defend this shit.
Americans now see Democrats as better stewards of the economy than the Republicans for the first time in around about a decade.
So the United States of America is $40 trillion in debt.
Hey, pause it, Jesse.
So
Come
let me
on.
get this right. American workers work their ass off to get paid small amounts of money every.
Oh Lord.
I don't want to hear the sassy ass punky.
These
I don't want to hear
these sassy surrogate Sambos, the shameless.
Right. I don't want to hear that shit.
A nigga with a small mustache and titties.
God, Lord. You missed when Mark Lamoy Shield talking about that trans man.
Right, but he was trying to say, oh well, name him correctly, name her correctly. It is like, no, that she was dealing with a 14-year-old. What are we talking about?
Exactly.
I don't care if you was a man or a woman. You dealing with a 14-year-old. We gotta check your age. You get me?
Right.
I know it's a lot of states, right? Most of the states is like 16.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? But you still gotta be within age. You can't be 35, 40,
Right.
48, rolling around the high school.
Right.
You get me? They give you that 16 because if you 22, you probably was in school with her. You grew up with her.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't give you that. You 28 hanging around the high school shit.
Right.
They'll kick your ass over that.
Yeah. But this damn transgender don't do what they did. And
A whole grown motherfucker. He probably your age.
yeah.
And I say he because that's a he with titties.
Yep, that's a whole man.
Just like I said on Breeze shit. What you call it? It's XX or XY. I don't care if you snipped your shit or added some shit to your body.
Right.
You can't change the DNA. And that's the only thing I trust the DNA over is XX or XY.
Right. XX chromosome or XY chromosome. Yep. That's it.
You can look as soft. You can look as soft as Lady Che. You can look as soft as Ivy. You get me?
Yeah.
But if your chromosomes come back the wrong way, I can't deal with you, and I'll probably beat your ass for lying to me.
Right.
You get
a lot of them get beat up and unalive
for lying.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, let me finish this. I have to fast forward over that sassy ass punk.
I meant to be over here a few days ago, Che. But you know, my car and everything, I'm working some things out. So I be listening to you, but I don't be in the chat because I know as soon as I get in the chat, everybody gonna, you know what I'm saying? What's up, crew? And I don't wanna like dismiss nobody.
Right. Okay.
All day. And you know, this ain't nothing but a scam anyway. It'll go down because we see it go down. The rich people will start hooping and hollering because they're losing money. Then everything suddenly goes in the green. And it's no real explanation for it to just jump from being in the deep red to going really green. You know, that's all. It's heavily manipulated. Heavily manipulated. Okay, let's go back to the video.
That means the government not supposed, they not doing what they supposed to be doing.
No,
since they motherfucking doing for your
pay for that. We would lower our debt. Our debt is sitting at 40
or no fucking ballroom at the motherfucking White House, bitch.
We would lower our debt. Our debt is sitting at $40 trillion, by which 40% of it belongs to him. Make that make sense. I thought Republicans were supposed to be so budget ready and making sure we don't go over our debt. Republicans have took an opposite stance and have just ballooned our
Why they
deficit
always sassy?
to $40 trillion. Now, who is going to pay for that? We're paying higher interest this year on the national debt because of who?
Americans. They ain't talking about all the debt that Biden put us in with the COVID shit. Like, what the fuck? K-high ass news.
Hey, this is what I like though, because like I like what Trump was saying.
Yeah.
before what, 1940 or whatever, 1913, there was never no income tax. There was never no anything. We just taxed the people that sent shit here.
Yep.
You get me? Like we didn't never have no income tax or anything. Like if you want to send your shit to here, then the government just take a little chunk of it, like 10%. That's what they do in Ghana. That's what they do in Nigeria. That's what they do in all the other countries. But when Americans do it, oh, it's so bad. You hate us. You hate us. Like, what do you mean? Hey, Jesse, if I bring some Chicago product out there to Denver, right? But you're the one promoting it, I got to give you a cut of it, right?
Right.
So what's the difference?
There's no difference.
But if I say, oh, well, Che want 5% of what I bring from Chicago to Denver. Oh, well, Che hate me. You hate me, nigga. You hate Chicago niggas. Like, what the hell is that?
Right, that don't make no sense.
Bro, I'm bringing this shit all the way out there, but you're the one that's marketing for it.
Right.
You get me? So you get a cut. And I'm saying 5% because that's a low cut, but it should be like 15, 20, 30.
Right.
You get me? But then I had to drive it or float it all the way up the river up here. I was just talking to my AI about how I could float from Chicago to Denver.
Yeah, crazy shit.
I'll be thinking about crazy shit.
All right, let me finish Lisa up. Hopefully she don't have no more sassy.
And you see, I didn't cuss out Lisa neither. And you know, I don't really be agreeing with her, but she was on point with this one.
Yeah.
And you know, I rock with Lisa.
Right, you got her hair products.
Right here next to me.
Morning. Treasury Department announced the federal debt has now reached $40 trillion. The federal debt has more increased from the COVID-19 pandemic era. Both the Trump and Biden administrations borrowed heavily to finance emergency response programs and economic relief. Experts warn the kind of deficit spending lawmakers keep approving, which has made the debt balloon, could also lead to even more inflation.
So the Treasury just engaged in an emergency procedure that is old Texas coffee is as good as a last action, and we're seeing the global economy just choking to death. It's Trump's policy, Trump's war, the energy prices, the tariffs, the trade wars, all of it has just been coming to a head. Asia is in trouble. They are dumping American debt to try to, their markets just pissed off $1 trillion. They did. The Treasury, our debt was exploding like a rocket on our long-term balance, making borrowing even more expensive. So the Treasury engaged in an emergency move today. It's akin to when someone rolls over debt from one credit card to another. Is really bad.
Record high, 40 trillion, yes, with a T, dollars. The number staggering, and it arrived sooner than predicted. The debt roughly doubling in less than 10 years. So what does all this mean to you? Seeing as Matt Egan is here to break it all down for us, I guess the big question is, how is this going to impact Americans? And not just now, but potentially for the long run.
Yeah, Sarah, I mean, $40 trillion. This is another grim milestone. This number, it's so hard to even wrap your head around. It's just such a big number. Let's look at the live tracker of the national debt. You see just over $40 trillion. Now, if you broke that down per person, per every single person in the United States, it's almost $120 $20,000, just staggering. And when you look at this is a look at how fast it's growing. Almost $5 million per, $285 million per hour, and almost $7 billion a day. And again, when you look at what this means per person, talk about $117,000 per person in the United States. We look at the trend for the national debt going back to the start of the century. It was around $6 trillion in the year 2000. But look at this. It's just skyrocketed since then. Why? Because of government, because of tax cuts, because of war after war after war, because in 2008, right around here, you had a once-in-a-century financial crisis. And then in 2020, we had a once-in-a-century pandemic. You put it all together, and yes, you get $40 trillion.
Okay. Well, y'all, it's not going to get better. You know, I was looking at an article that said we're going to get real soon. And some places may be out for an entire month. And I'm like, oh, okay, why would we get more blackouts? I understand, you know, it's those damn data centers, y'all. It's those data centers. Coming in the near future. 800 hours of blackouts across this nation. So, yeah, I mean, do you think people that can't handle the deficit is going to fix anything? It's nothing, y'all. Look, and you got the infrastructure in this. It needs. They do not do the proper maintenance on the roads and everything that should be done up in here. And the bridges. So y'all, us leading into, okay, we're in trouble, y'all. $40 trillion. You know, I could pass on and come back 10 times, and I probably will never put myself in $40 trillion worth of debt. Wouldn't come close to it. $40 trillion of
She
debt.
cannot make that much money. So she don't have an army. She don't have ammo and all of that. So all what she's saying right now is bullshit.
Thank you so much for your support. And I would like to thank Brooklyn 71881. Thank you for the 30 jewels. Flowers. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you again, Brooklyn 71881. For the 2 jewels 100. Thank you. And thank you much for your support. I deeply appreciate it. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. Put the goddamn check. What are your thoughts, crew?
I'm saying when she said, I can't go 40 trillion in debt. Of course you cannot as a single person. How the hell you going to do that? But either way, like I'm still standing on what I said before. Right. Look, if an African had to pay like, you know what we got to pay? Like if a court give us an order, oh, you got to pay $5,000, $10,000, right? You know what would happen if they put that same order on an African or a Caribbean? It would be, they make $3 a day. So you put a $5,000 or $10,000 court judgment on them, what's going to happen to them?
They're going back to prison or jail.
Well, in America, we don't lock people up for owing money.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the only reason they come over here, because you can't get locked up for owing money.
Mm-hmm.
But you see how it is, though, Jesse?
Yeah.
Like, people be talking about pragmatic. Remember, what's the name? Our New York dude, Breeze.
Yeah, Breeze, yeah.
And he was playing the same game I was, Pragmata, right? Where the girl is on the back of the robot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're the robot. These Africans is trying to be the girl on their back.
Mm.
They trying to think like I don't know. They trying to think like they the Brook.
Yeah.
And they're the President Divine.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly it.
And it's like, but where did you come from?
Right.
I'm trying to float a boat from Chicago to Denver, right?
Denver. Mm-hmm.
Right. But it's not like me trying to leave my country. I'm just trying to see how I can connect with you on a boat. You give me, I canoe that bitch or whatever. But I'm just trying to find a layout of the land. These they trying to find a layout of the land so they can get from, you get me, from Haiti to Chicago on the inner tube.
Yeah.
Without getting detected.
Using the CP1 app.
But they don't know that they got river locks and all of that. They can't float their inner tube to Chicago.
Right. That part. All right, so in addition to this debt reaching $40 trillion, Americans are furious over gas prices. So next clip's about that.
What's your gas out there?
4 something.
It's 4?
Yep. I think it's 4 something. Yep.
That's high. But no, that's what it is in Chicago. It's like, so I just came from my store. It's $4.39, but that's the cheapest out where I'm at. You get me? Like, that's like in my immediate area.
Yes.
$4.39 is the cheapest I can get it out here. But I can go drive a little bit and get it for under, like, it'll be like $3.50, like $3.80.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna drive to Indiana last week.
Uh-huh.
But they ain't got no lights.
Nope, it's completely blackout.
Do you know I drove all the way out there and I had to drive through the state on faith?
Oh my God.
And then I had to park the car across the street from the Meijer and bring an oil can. Not even a real gas can. Oil can. And I stood in line with the cars because there wasn't no damn gas out there. So that's what I was finna tell you about, like what Afro Elite was talking about.
Yeah.
Like the same gas station that I met Afro Elite at, and you know I'd have met him before then. But I just happened to run across him at the gas station.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, this gas station don't got no shit no more. This is like 2 weeks later.
Wow.
It's all blacked out. I'm trying to run my car there to get the cheap gas because my office is in Illinois. I live in Indiana. But I be in Illinois more than I be in Indiana.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get to Indiana to get the damn gas, and guess what? There's no lights. I had to drive like 10 miles into Indiana just to park my car and fill up my oil canister with gas. Just to cut in line. Excuse me, my bad. I already paid for this shit.
Yeah.
You get me? No, I was on some real shit though, Jesse.
Right.
I didn't do no bullshit.
Right.
Nah, but like we could have did some bullshit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I was just on some real shit and still filled up only like an oil jug. And you know you ain't even supposed to fill up an oil jug with gas.
Nope.
Common sense would have told you that.
That supposed to. But look, I did it, and then who gonna tell me anything? Hey, shout out to you, Lady Che.
Yeah.
I would have brought Littlefinger out there, and she would have she would have moved everybody, and we'd have pulled the car from across the street. Like, no, this our pump. I know how Lady Che get down.
Yeah.
You lucky to have her, Jesse.
Thank you.
Just don't turn into Lisa when you get older, Lady Che.
Yeah, at least for her. So she's gonna give us an update on the gas price. Americans is upset about the gas price.
She in Jersey, her gas prices is nuts.
Yeah, yeah.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. And once again, the gas prices is a top story. People from all over the country are moaning because of these gas prices. The sad part is nothing is going to be done about it, because especially now that Iran is refusing to talk to Donald Trump, and they're just going to wait until 2029 for the next president, it's not going to change. And plus, Donald Trump has long broken his promises about bringing prices down. He has yet to do it. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
and you won't see it.
I disagree.
Okay, y'all. So once again, here is my newest product, the goat milk shampoo and leave-in conditioner, which is now 40% off on Etsy. So grab up your bottle and take advantage of the discount. All right.
Oh, now you letting commercials ride.
Y'all, let's get into it, because there's a lot of people very unhappy with the gas situation. And
get the Shabaka deodorant.
You know, and people are starting to see the out of fuel signs again. Yeah. I may have to talk about that again.
No, I was just saying, because Shabaka don't like nobody promoting shit. So I was just saying.
Thank you.
The average price of gas was below $4 in Council Bluffs on a Tuesday. We'll know more. At this gas station, for example, it's just about $4.10. The average price in Nebraska also reached above $4. Food Bank for the Heartland says gas prices are impacting them. Their trucks travel more than 5,300 miles every week.
It also affects our neighbors in need, because when somebody is struggling to make ends meet, and they're looking at higher gas prices, higher living costs, higher healthcare costs, the first thing that gets cut from their budget is food. And unfortunately, we have spoken to neighbors who are skipping meals right now to ensure that their children have the food that they need to eat.
This has to be fucking illegal, California. I don't give a fuck with nobody. This is not legal. Somebody got to look this fucking shit up. This fucking greedy ass shit. What the fuck is this? $7 for a gallon of gas. How is this fucking legal? Explain it to me. Ain't no way. You paying $7 fucking for gas. Ass out. It ain't no way that we paying $7 for a gallon of fucking gas.
So I can get him on
my
that.
whole fucking dick.
But I ain't gonna do that.
Leaving uncomfortable, not because of a man, because it was $87 $87 to fill the vehicle up. I do not ever want to leave the house. I don't even want to drive
It is
back
robbery.
home
Truth.
to sit there and not leave again. I just want to leave the vehicle here and just walk home. That is crazy.
I just paid over $6 fucking for gas in California. And that's not even the fucked up part. What's fucked up is I pull into Chevron, get out of my truck. I look to my right and about 3 pumps down, I see a guy standing there. So I go to pay at the pump and he says, "Excuse me, sir. I hate to bother you, but I'm not from here. And I ran out of gas, me and my girlfriend. And I wanted to know if you have any spare change so I can get some gas to get home." And normally I'm a nice guy and I might give you a couple bucks. But I looked at that guy and I said, "You see the fucking price of gas on that pump? What does that say? It says over $6 a fucking gallon. And you're asking me for money to help you get back home? And you just, all of a sudden, you ran out of gas at a fucking gas station?"
I would have still gave
Come
him
on,
some
man.
money to
With
get
that being
back
said,
home.
don't be that guy asking for fucking money at the gas station. The price of gas is over $6 fucking dollars.
Baby, anybody else started getting gas? It feel like I'm getting gas every other day, if not every day. I don't know if they putting water or something. This gas is not lasting. Not only that, gas is going up. And I be feeling so bad for people who stay in like up north or stay in California and stuff, because I know they gas prices looking terrible. Baby, if I gotta keep getting gas and these prices on gas keep raising, I'm gonna be taking the bus. Matter of fact, I'm taking me a horse. I'm gonna give me a horse.
The messaging keeps changing, and that is frustrating for us as
That's
journalists
them
and
girls. I'm like,
storytellers.
I'm gonna give me a horse.
For the American people.
It's absolutely right. It's been 2 months since the announced ceasefire. It's been now about 5 more of those. The president is quickly losing confidence on the war. About 75% of people disapprove of his handling of gas prices. 40% of people are calling gas prices a major hardship. And so it does not seem like there is any solution out of this as long as Iran believes that they can control the Strait of Hormuz. And we've seen them attack tankers that are passing through in recent days. Only about 8 ships are making the crossing. Keep seeing these high prices as long as this conflict drags out.
Certain the White House does not. The highest price of gas ever since we started recording it. They don't want you for them to come to the aid of Natalie Harper and call John Ossoff sexist for implying things that he didn't imply. Then to actually have to defend this.
Under Donald J. Trump, it costs more than ever to stock your fridge, to power your home, to make a cup of coffee, to buy school supplies for your kid or a tractor for your farm. Gas is up 30% since inauguration. Diesel 35%. Insurance premiums and slashed Medicaid to cut taxes for their corporate owners and the ultra rich. A major family raked in billions.
Well, it is no surprise to anybody that American gas prices are off the charts. As you can see, 47% more.
Is that all he got against FBA?
But
gas
it's
prices
gonna
high.
get worse as this war continues to drag. And when that mentioned, 20% of the world's oil.
What war? What war is
and
he talking
fertilizer
about? There is
not
no
getting
war.
through the strait because our president is in a quagmire. He cannot fix is going to be painful for the American citizen. And
right here, and you're taking a look and you can see the price right here at the Speedway is $3.89 per gallon. You look over there at the Love, $3.91 per gallon, and everywhere else in this area it seems to be $4.15, $4.30 a gallon. And look at all the cars. The cars are just lined up at Love's. And I just wanted to let everyone know, if you're headed north on I-75 and you're looking for more
It was
affordable
that
gas, I don't
bad
want to
in
say cheaper
Indiana.
gas,
Very
you might
bad.
want to try the Bridgeport exit. We have the Speedway right here. And then you have the Love's right over there. But you better pack your patience because when you're here, you're 15 minutes actually to get gas because of this cheaper, if you call it cheaper
It's
gas.
5,
So
6
just some advice
hours.
to you if you are headed north on I-75.
It's
cheaper
5
here
or 6
per
hours.
minute.
I'm from Indiana. I know how it goes.
Just stopped by my local
They was at the
Shell
Myers
station.
all the way
I'm
to
here in,
fucking
San Diego,
I-65, a
California.
line.
And check out the prices. Like, this is just your average.
No, they don't run
Shell
up the
gas
prices.
station.
He's lying about the prices.
$5.49, and that's for 87 octane.
We give the
$5.89
regular
for
prices,
91
but you got to
octane.
get in line, motherfucker.
We'll have a
This
92
white
and
guy is lying.
93, so that's our premium.
Hey, Jesse.
Now, if you have cash, I mean, $5.29 for 86.
Yet again, he is losing. Just take a look here. Okay, Trump net approval hits a term too low. Look at this. 31 points underwater. 31 points underwater according to Ipsos, the Reuters Ipsos poll. Look where he was at the beginning of term number 2. He was at plus 6 points. So he is down. What is that? The math quickly with me. 37 points from where he was at the beginning of his second presidency.
This is why I don't
President
trust New
Trump was
York
unpopular going into the midterms during his first
Working
presidency,
President
but not
Divine.
anywhere as unpopular as
They good.
this. He was
But I really don't
12
trust New
points
York
underwater.
niggas.
So he is doing versus where he was 15 points worse than he was doing in term number 1 at this
They be lying. They be just lying.
point. And of course,
Exact
those
lies.
midterms were quite disastrous. Oy vey if you're a Republican.
All right. Independents have a big role to play always in elections. Give us some sense of where they stand, because there is still a lot of the
support to Donald Trump, but as independents who are the name of the game, they are the driver in elections. And just look at why these numbers are falling the way that they are. It is because of independents. Look at these drops. I mean, Trump's net approval rating among independents term 2. He's 47 points underwater now. 47 points underwater. He was at minus 1 point at the beginning of his presidency. He's basically treading water, right? So what is that? That's a 46-point drop. So you see that drop of what, 31 points from where he was at the beginning of his presidency, or 37 points from
That's
underwater.
all you
Now
got
he's
is
47 points underwater. So that's a drop of what? 37 points. So this has been the problem with President Trump's second term. He is going and placating the base, but leaving the center of the electorate behind. But you know what? Winning these midterm elections, but independents are saying,
He
you know
can't
what?
even
We
figure
don't
out
like
what
what's
the
going
fuck he's
on.
finna say.
See you later.
And before I toss back to you, yesterday we aired a graphic.
Why are they all sassy? Why are they all so sassy?
$3.13 a gallon. That's 90 cents more in the past year. The Trump administration says those gas prices will
These
fall
are the
quickly
people that
once the
get their
operations in
ass
Iran
beat.
end.
Hey, Jesse.
Now back to you.
Look, I'm sitting here talking to Lady Chick, but hey, Jesse, ain't these people the people that get their ass beat?
All right, y'all. No, this is
Like instantly, they'll get their ass beat. And I don't really rock with Lisa like that, but I know what she's talking about. Lady Che, you know this shit.
You know, they ain't concerned. That's why he can stand there and say, you know, you're paying a little more at the pump, and oh, it's better than Iran getting a nuke. And I don't know why he think everybody cares so much about Iran and some damn nuke, but he just keeps repeating it over and over. And so y'all we got a lot to bear with because leadership is very poor in America. So y'all have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Thank you so much for all of your support and your time. And remember to pick up your hair products and be on the lookout for my next live coming up. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. Yeah, these gas prices are ridiculous.
Shalom to Lisa. But still. You know, man, all right, never mind.
Right. Go ahead, Lady Che. What's your thoughts?
But what?
Gas prices.
I got no car.
Don't forget.
I'd start siphoning it.
They raised the gas prices because of Ronald Reagan. He was the first guy that brought the immigrants in here. Even though he faked like he was, getting them up out of here. He's the one that brought them in here. Just like Obama, just like Biden, just like Kamala.
Yep. And Bush Jr. or Bush Sr. too. He brought them Somalis in.
Oh, you mean the Minnesota people?
Yep.
That had babies all out here in Minnesota?
Yep.
But they say it was Democrats, but no, that was George Bush that did it.
Mm-hmm. Like magic.
Hold on. I'm the one with the Papa Legba tattoo. And I'm telling them that this has nothing to do with Africa. My Papa Legba tattoo has nothing to do with Africa.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that.
Have you traced your lineage back to Africa?
No.
Jesse?
No.
Right, you deep in Colorado, right? In the middle of America, right?
Yeah.
So your dad, your grandma, nobody said anything about Africa?
Nope.
So how does that work when they trying to say we're Africans?
It would be stupid.
Exactly.
Like, I'm like, man. God.
And you know what I think it is? I think it is that not only are they playing stupid, they're so comfortable in playing stupid. And that they used to motherfuckers around them that play stupid.
Lady Che, I don't think they're playing stupid.
No, they're not.
I think they're actually, I like, to me, like when I hear what they're saying, I really literally think that Africans are retarded because they got dirty hands. They wipe their shit with their own left hand. They got a dirty hand. And anybody that got a dirty hand culture cannot talk to me about shit.
Right.
Well, you can talk to me about shit because you got your dirty hand, but you can't talk to me. Like, who are you talking to? You wipe your hand with your own bare hands.
Yeah.
We built toilets. We built Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi that you're talking shit to me about, my people built it. Mm-hmm. Man, if you don't, like, oh my God. How are you coming from a third world country that's a third world country of the third world? Mm-hmm. Y'all lacking 20 million toilets. Mm-hmm. And then you want to come over here and tell us about, I swear to God. And then you say you got ancient foods like jollof and fufu and all of that.
Yeah.
Tomatoes, peppers,
grow here.
cassava, corn, all of that shit came from America. You
Right.
damn Africans. These are not no jollof. You can't make jollof without no peppers and without no fucking tomatoes.
Right.
So who are you talking to? They just be lying. They be lying. They be lying. They be lying. I swear that's why that continent is a fucking shithole. Because all of them is backstabbing liars.
Yep.
They cannot tell the truth for nothing.
For nothing.
This is my point. You see me? I just went to the store 3 times on you, Jesse. Right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Right. I went to the store 3 times. The first time, because when everything hit, I didn't interrupt you, right?
Nope.
And I done went to the store like 2-3 times just now while I'm on the stream with you.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But guess what? I didn't never shed in a bush.
Right.
You get me? I never had to rinse off my left hand.
Ugh.
Even if I could be on the toilet right now taking a shit and I'll be...
That whole woman was wiping her ass with her hand.
with a cup of water. And then she smelled her fingers to see if it's clean. But she's the FBA. And she went full native. Look, Jesse, you know I lived down there for 3 years, right?
Yeah.
In Ghana, right?
Yep.
Look, and you know I drink and you get me? I do what I do, right?
Yeah.
I didn't go full native.
Mm-mm.
You get me?
Yep.
I have never wiped my ass with my bare hand.
Right.
Right. Like, that's one thing I never done. Like, if we look, hey Jesse, if we lacking on water, right? What we gonna do is break our gutter that come off the roof, right, and put it in a garbage can.
Mm-hmm.
You get me?
Yep.
And then at least we got water to flush the toilet. This, that.
Right.
And if we need the water, we know how to boil it.
Exactly.
But we got the water. We'll put water in the garbage can. But guess what? We ain't sitting in the bush in the backyard.
Right.
That's never going to happen.
Mm-mm.
If we poop, we're going to poop in the Target bag. And wipe our ass with the Target bag and tie that bitch up.
Right.
And put it in the garbage. But it's, I guess, one thing we're not going to do. One thing we're not going to do is wipe our ass with our bare hand.
Right.
That's insane.
Like, you couldn't find a leaf. You couldn't find.
And then imagine that motherfucker cooking for you.
Oh my God. Ugh.
That's that fufu.
I'm eating right now. I feel like throwing up this thing.
You see my point, Jesse?
Yeah.
My daughter is FBA, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I did raise her down there, and I feel like I made a terrible mistake. You get me? Even though she's FBA, and she's on my back like Pragmata.
Uh-huh.
You get me?
Yeah.
But I do feel like I made a terrible mistake. Like giving her that African, you get me?
Mm-hmm.
Like the African culture or whatever. Because our culture was good as hell already as it is.
Right. Exactly true. All right, I'm moving on to the next topic. Mysterious white woman says she saw what happened to Nolan Wells. Our brother Rich Taylor House Publishing gonna give us an update on that.
That nigga look like me.
Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. And according to this information you're about to watch, said that she saw the altercation between Nolan Wells and the infamous white boys and his death. Now, of course, you know, everybody is coming out with all of these stories. Witnesses are coming out left and right. Mysterious letters are showing up. So I don't know how much credence that we can give to this assertion. However, what this does do is expose the lying tactics of Officer Tatum, who was caught once again lying on Nancy Grace about this alleged altercation. Now, I want to let my brother Poetic Flacco break it down. Does a masterful job of presenting the evidence and
God, that ain't my
showing
brother. That dude's a fucking tether. Let's see what he gotta say.
Flacco is a Liberian, and he might be descended from us.
He might be.
No,
Jury's
you get
still
me?
out on that, but
Because,
let's see what he
you
gotta
know,
say.
the American Liberians. Flacco might be descended from us. Just like Busta Rhymes said, we didn't create no
basically
hip-hop.
a part of this whole entire circus of lies.
Supposed she saw Nolan, he was involved in an altercation with somebody who, in her words, is going to go to jail some way. And and a lot of you guys probably already suspect this. Somehow, some way, Officer Tatum is involved somewhere in this equation, in which you will find out at some point in this video. But here is what she has to say. Now, her page is on private, so we only have people reading what she said on her page. So this is what she had to say in terms of, you know, the last sighting of Nolan. Now, apparently, she didn't just see Nolan by herself. It was her and her husband who witnessed this.
I have not spoken publicly about this before, but I witnessed and saw his intend to provide my account to the appropriate family. He deserves the truth. Out of respect for the ongoing investigation, I won't speculate beyond what I personally observed. While I was on the boat near the area, I witnessed an altercation involving Nolan. Several saw what appeared to be a dispute involving Nolan's phone. I heard Nolan yelling for his phone to be returned. The argument continued after the group reached shore, and I observed a physical fight involving Nolan and multiple people. I also observed a young woman telling them to stop. At that point, I left the area because the situation had appeared to be getting worse. I did not remain long enough to witness what happened afterward. Then she said she messaged one of the individuals that she saw. Hey, I just want to say I was a passenger on another boat and I saw the argument between you guys, and we'll go to the police with this information. I also have video footage. My husband doesn't show much, but it shows the argument that was taken and how you guys were upset at Nolan because of the young lady.
I don't know if they ever turned over videos that they have the police read directly from there to turn over. If they're probably right, even the family can't get information from out these people, but somehow Bart's attorney had all the information in regards to Nolan Wall's autopsy before the parents had it and Chris Cuomo had it. Like ain't that odd? These information is supposed to be secret and sealed, but somehow these folks have all the information before anybody else do, but they quote unquote ain't speaking, right? Cool. So we don't know. But what I can say is be very careful, okay, about somebody's initial reaction to this. They're very sus, right? They are very, very sketchy. Okay. Now, after you hear this, there's another factor that gets really deeper. Officer Tatum and his reaction to this tells me everything you need to know about this. Tatum's reaction to this, we'll get there too.
In the public defender's office, they try a ton of cases. Philip, first of all, Has she turned it into police? She said she was. If she hasn't, I give her no credibility at all. Look, I want this to be true. Why? Because I want the video. I want to see the timestamp on the video. I want to see, was he still on Horn Island at that video? And if she hasn't brought this forward to LE, law enforcement, then it means nothing to me. I mean, if I know a young man turns up in the water, and I know there's a controversy, she lost it, won't hand over to police.
Agreed. And it should go to the grand jury for part of their investigation. But I got to tell you, if I were cross-examining her, should this even go to trial, the first question I'd ask her on that 4th of July, what she had been drinking. Before that video got activated, everybody would want to
Wake him up.
And smoke. You know how many people were partying?
Okay, man. Have you lost your mind?
In the fight by ourselves, bro. None of these people want to see justice. None of them. Yo, when it comes to this situation, in this case specifically this case, these people act like they don't have common sense. These people all of a sudden lose all rationality and lose confidence. Right? Who is an actual is hearing a woman say, "Yo, I seen Nolan was having an altercation with somebody." Shortly before his disappearance, and he says, "Well, was she drunk? Was she drinking?" Excuse me, how? What? Now, yo, shout out to Nancy Grace, because Nancy Grace she shut this conversation down shortly after this. Like, she shut this conversation down. She said, "I'm good, bro. Like, you straight. Like, you could go." And she redirected her focus to Tatum. Now, what Tatum had to say about this, interesting. What Tatum had to say about this left me floored, left my jaw, everything on.
After all that, all you have to say is, was she drinking? That's your takeaway from that? Joining me is Brandon Tatum, former police officer, Tucson, now star of The Officer Tatum on YouTube, who famously has interviewed the acquaintances who all say they had nothing to do with it. Let's just put that out there. He's interviewed them extensively. I want to talk about not what you want to talk about, Brandon Tatum, which is they had nothing to do. Can we talk about a potential witness to an altercation? And she seems to say, don't know what the altercation was. Maybe it was, hey, leave her alone and get on the boat, or she's a girlfriend, or it could be anything. But if there is a witness placing Nolan seemingly in the water, I can't tell that, but having an argument with another person, a partier at Horn Island, that is significant. It could prove or disprove
I'm back.
your friend's timeline.
What you mean you back?
Well,
it's
Nancy,
your
I
thing.
think that big obstacle to climb here, because I've never heard of this altercation whatsoever. No.
I know. That's why I told you to hold it down. I have to go do something. So I'm back.
Oh wait, no, you had the Liberian plan, so I didn't have to do nothing. Hey, Flacco is
Tatum,
a clown.
Hell ain't hot enough for you, bro. Hell ain't hot enough for you, bro. You've never heard about this altercation before, Tatum? Wait, hold on, Tatum. I didn't hear that right.
Flacco is Tatum.
He didn't say that.
Your friend's timeline.
Well, Nancy, I think that it's a big obstacle to climb here, because I've never heard of this altercation whatsoever. Nobody that I've talked to have alluded that this altercation was real.
These people lie so much they can't even keep up with their own lies anymore. They tell so many lies they can't keep up anymore. But I fear this lie that Tatum is currently telling is the most nefarious lie of them all. I fear there's some truth to what we just heard. And Tatum is trying to cover up for it. And here's why. You see, Tatum told Nancy Grace after he heard the story that he never heard about this altercation. Nobody he had any contact with has ever mentioned this altercation before. But this was Tatum approximately 3 weeks ago on his channel talking about this very same altercation. Isn't this you, Tatum?
I received a DM from someone DMing another person. Now I'm trying to leave these names out because I want to not mess this investigation up. I think law enforcement already have this. That alluded to the fact that, and I messaged this person because I want to talk directly to the person that I saw the DM from. And we haven't talked to this person yet. But the person said in the DM to another kid that is associated, not any of the kids that I interviewed or talked to, but that could be associated to some degree, that knew Nolan, that this person wrote a message saying, me and my husband saw you arguing with Nolan, and to the effect of you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. Now, the person did not say they saw a physical altercation. The person did not say what time they saw Nolan and this other person getting into an argument. This is after Warren, their be somewhere around is that somebody knows exactly what happened to Nolan, or they saw him right before he died. I am not convinced that Nolan was just out there and drowned.
Tatum was so convinced by that DM that Nolan had an altercation back and forth with somebody that he even went out on a limb to say he believed that somebody knows what happened to Nolan, somebody watched Nolan die, and that Nolan drowned. Now, all of a sudden, after Tatum became buddies with the boys' lawyers, after the boy lawyers started to promote, after they essentially got a partnership with Tatum, now all of a sudden, Tatum don't remember ever hearing about this altercation. But that ain't the only lie Tatum got caught in. It got exposed. Damn near all of Officer Tatum, quote unquote, sources were all lies. He either made it up himself.
You're right, no look, Chuck, he does got to go.
Or he's lying about everything he once knew because he realized those things now implicate his friends and his homies. Allegedly, I don't know. Okay. So that man just explained the exact altercation that person is describing. Nancy Grace asked him about the same altercation he already talked about 3 weeks ago. Now, all of a sudden, he has no idea what's going on. He'd never heard of it. This man,
hey, Jesse, what we got?
Needs to be investigated, bro. Tatum needs to be investigated. They need to bring Tatum to the altar, bro. Only thing we got is our word, right? Because you can't keep getting away with this.
And also Katie, whom I saw her text messages, she gave in this investigation. I want to hear that. I want to be able to compare that information to other things that we may have or other witness statements. Yes, but
Crew.
Yeah, what up, Tay? No, I'm sorry, I interrupted. But what I was saying is, like, the only thing we have is our word, right?
Were you gonna say something?
Huh? You hear me?
No. It's like I'm getting every other word of what.
Oh, damn, I don't know. My shit's coming through. I don't know. Damn. But all I said was the only thing we have is our word. If our word is not shit, then what can we do? And I'll go back on mute.
Exactly.
It's significant because it doesn't show if Nolan Wells was actually killed in that altercation. She's claiming that there was an altercation between him arguing with somebody else. There was a potential in water, and how did he not recover and come home to his family? So I would take that into consideration. I would compare, but I don't think it's significant whatsoever. However, I would be incredibly skeptical because there's no other statements that I've heard from anybody that comes even close to an altercation with Nolan Wells and others.
Number one.
Nobody ever seen a prosecutor on your ass like that.
Dead. Shortly after an alleged altercation with another.
Every other word of what you're saying, bro.
I'm sorry, but watch. Nancy Grace is finna cook Brandon Tatum, and she's a real prosecutor. I don't like a white girl going in on a black dude. I'm gonna put it in the chat, Jesse. I'm gonna put it in the chat, and then I'll jump down and come back.
Cook his ass. Mm-hmm.
For instance, DNA or a fingerprint. Circumstantial evidence is timing of the alleged altercation and his
I'll be
death.
right back, Jesse.
Right?
Nancy,
So,
but
it's
Nancy,
hard for me to believe there's some kind of altercation on Horn Island just before he dies, and they were not
Nancy,
connected. That's hard for me to believe that.
Well, Nancy, she's not saying he lost the fight. She's not saying that he got beat up. If you look at the autopsy, there's no clear signs of blunt force trauma to his face or any of the vital areas that could kill him. So it doesn't appear that there's any indication that he lost a fight, that there was enough trauma in this particular.
You see how Tatum has went from, hey, I was told this, and I'll be real, man. Hey, bro, like, they're credible. And listen, man, I now believe, I don't think he just drowned. I think somebody watched him die. Then shouldn't you still have that exact same thing? It's only been 3 weeks. Shouldn't you still think the exact same thing? Shouldn't you still believe what you said 3 weeks ago, which is, again, Tatum and Zach word was, even if they didn't get into a physical altercation, I still believe somebody seen what happened, somebody watched Nolan die, somebody knows what happens. Then wouldn't this person be crucial and pivotal in figuring that out? Why is Tatum all of a sudden going against and attacking the very same information and evidence that he broke? Tatum was the first one to release this information 3 weeks ago. But now he's going against it. Now he's fighting against it. Now he's doing everything in his power to try to, underplay it. Why?
Because you're a motherfucking tether and you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, them boys got Verdict Bourbon in their background. When they do interviews now, they promoting your bourbon for you. So now all of a sudden, you don't want to concede an inch that could, make people look bad. That's odd, Tatum. That's
All of a sudden.
Odd.
No, it's always been there.
See, this is not the only lie Tatum got caught up in. Y'all remember when Tatum came on his channel and he claimed that a source that was very credible, a source that's been 150% accurate, they told him that Nolan Wells was on coke on the island. Y'all remember? I'm sure you guys do. Y'all remember that? Well, guess what? This was also a lie.
But what I was told, and you guys, please take in consideration that it's reliable sources. However, the only way to prove the truth in this is if I see it with my own eyes, if the law enforcement have the investigation of this, and also when the toxicology results come out. But people are messaging me and telling me that there is heavy drinking and there's cocaine involved. And there's a particular person whom I know this person's name. I'm not going to disclose it. I'm going to go to the police first. And then I will disclose it if it doesn't interfere in the investigation. But this person allegedly...
Hey, Jesse, if I was mad at you, I'd get you straight to the police. And you'll do the same to me, right?
And
the fuck is this, all this late shit? I'm finna call the police or what that?
Told me that this person was offered cocaine and rejected it from this person.
Stupid.
And
Who's finna explain shit about cocaine and all this shit?
And this person told me that it's over 100% chance.
And look, he got small hands too.
That Nolan was using cocaine during this period of time.
I think Tatum's an African.
This person said it was 150%.
His hands too small.
Sure, that when the toxicology comes back, that Nolan will have cocaine in his system. Now,
150% if the toxicology comes back.
Cocaine in my
Nolan
system
will
right
have
now.
coke in his
So
system.
what?
Now, here's the thing. Tatum said he was going to go to the police.
What does that mean?
We haven't heard any update on Tatum telling the police this information. So Tatum potentially knew of a potential drug dealer who could have given Nolan drugs that could have contributed to his death, and Tatum never went to the police, never told him anything. All right.
Go ahead, Crew.
Look, I could be out here on the. I could be out here on the river. I could be out here floating with you. I could be out here with Lady Che or whatever. I could be out. Like, what the fuck does that mean? You still don't get to do me dirty.
Right.
And what is the dang on Africans talking about? You give me like, what? Like, yes, this dude on the screen right here.
Yeah.
He's a Liberian. This nigga probably came out my great granddaddy's dick and then fled. Like, what are we talking about?
It had an ethnic
Liberians came from Americans. Jesse, you see that they said Miami was like 100 miles from the coastline way back in the day.
Yep.
When Cahokia was Cahokia.
And Lemontown was Lemontown.
And then they say, they had Mali and Songhai and all of that. That shit came in when you had double digits.
Yeah.
Like when you was a teenager. We had this shit way back. We was smoking weed back when we was 6.
Mm-hmm.
They start smoking weed when they 14, talking about they know what they talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Man, get the fuck out my face.
Right.
We've been smoking weed since 6. They started at 14. Leave me alone.
Exactly.
I used to go buy my granddaddy's cigarettes.
Yeah.
No, but like that's all I'm saying. Like these people, like what's his name? This Liberian dude.
Yeah, poetic fucker.
Right. And he can't get no girls on that couch at all.
At all.
At all whatsoever. I can invite you and Lady Che over, and y'all will bring over a flock of girls over there.
Yep.
You get me? Y'all will bring over a whole bunch of people to my crib talking about, hey, Ray, wake up. God damn it. No, I just want to bring you and Lady Che over. And then y'all be like, hey, Ray, wake the fuck up. We just barbecued and everything.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you, this is what I do.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know this is what you'll do for me.
Yep.
But like, I really can't stand these fake ass Africans thinking that they're us.
Exactly.
They want us to, I'm sorry, the last thing. They want us to think.
According to him, his sources.
Oh, go ahead. Finish your thought.
They want us to be Africans, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that when we say, oh yeah, we're Africans, then they can leech up on to the shit that we built here in America.
Yep.
But when we say, no, we're Americans and we're not Africans, oh, you hate us. Y'all are so, like, I ain't saying you, Jesse. I'm saying these Africans are so stupid. Even Flacco, who got the best, you get me? Like, he got a stream, he got everything, Adam 22, right?
Yeah.
But his Adam 22 is with a nigga that's a cuckold.
Yep.
That likes watching niggas fuck his wife.
Mm-hmm.
While he got his pants down.
Lord.
That's like, okay, that's your boss, Flacco?
Yep.
Did you hear this shit the other day? I'm sorry, that's the last thing. Oh, that's why you'll never be as good as white people. The shit Tyreek just dropped. That was the stream I was on, and I was waiting so long. Just get on. But that African dude, oh, that's why you'll never be as good as white people. Right after Tyrese said we don't care about what white people say about us.
Yeah.
He said, well, that's why you'll never be as good as white people. And then that's like, okay, that's why your country's a failure. That's why your continent's a failure.
Right.
Because you want to be like white people.
Mm-hmm.
We don't give a fuck about white people at all whatsoever. Jesse, if they tell me I can't float, I'll build a raft and I'll float it down the Mississippi, turn right at the damn Missouri, and I'll be over there. Just be 100 miles out of Denver.
Yeah.
And we'll float down to Louisiana and meet Lil Wayne.
Yeah, down to Arkansas.
Like my granddaddy's from Little Rock, and that's right there on the river. We'll go pick up Little Rock. You get me?
Yeah.
You know the motherfuckers that be in my chat, my gaming stream since I was in Fargo, Little Rock, Cerulean.
Yeah.
Like niggas showed up at my damn trial.
Yeah.
You get me? So that's what I'm saying. Like I rock with you, I rock with everybody. Well, not everybody. But I rock with you, I rock with my people that rock with me.
Right.
But man, you see how it is? And these damn who's paused on the screen, he about to finna get his wake up call. And he ain't gonna get a Negro wake up call. He's gonna get his Liberian wake up call.
Yeah. Soon enough.
The most reliable. Bro, he was damn near saying this is true. Like, yo, but once you reiterate, oh, this source have never told me bad information. This sources have been accurate 1,000%. They've told me 150% Nolan gonna have coke in his system. Well, according to Nancy Grace and other experts, the toxicology is apparently back. And you know what's not in his system? Apparently coke is not in Nolan Wells' system. Right? So Tatum's quote unquote expert was lying. Tatum was lying. So now I can't distinguish between what has Tatum ever said about this case that's the truth.
I know they're saying they're done with the autopsy and that it's complete, which means the gross findings in the autopsy room, the tox, the histology, that means that autopsy report is complete. They just hadn't released their findings yet.
And speaking of that, Joe Scott Morgan, I've heard the same, that the autopsy is complete.
Yeah.
There are reports that there is no cocaine in Nolan's system. That's uncorroborated reports.
Okay.
But a good source. No cocaine in the system.
Yeah.
Joe Scott, when the body has been in the elements, such as the water, for that long,
what does no cocaine mean?
Confirm if he had been drinking or not.
Oh, you can still pull a BA, blood alcohol, or blood ethanol level, as it's referred to.
All right, so I'm gonna stop it right there because
what
they're
does
getting
that
into
mean,
all
no
this
cocaine in the
toxicology
system?
and all those things, which
that means
has
he wasn't
nothing
getting
to
down.
do with how he drowned on an island full of people and nobody saw nothing. And as the scripture says, he that concealeth a matter covereth up a sin. And this is what I feel that has went on throughout this whole Nolan Wells situation. Now, about this anonymous witness that comes out and said that she saw the fight and her and her husband saw the fight, and they're going to turn the video over to the police. Here we are a month and some days later, almost a month and a half later, and they're just coming out. So that's questionable at best because, if you saw some of this and you see the frenzy around this situation, I'm pretty sure, my question, why didn't you come out earlier? Like you have not been hiding under a rock and have not seen this situation. But also I think is very telling and what needs to be highlighted throughout my brother Poetic's interview was the lying of Officer Tatum, who talked about this mysterious witness or this mysterious altercation 3 weeks ago and said he knew about it. But then when it's presented to him just last night, oh, I've never heard anything about it, in which now that lead to the cover-up-ization, and I know that's not a word, but the cover-up-ization of this whole matter, saying, okay, well, I just talked about it 3 weeks ago, now I don't know nothing about it. So that could lead to be some credence to that allegation. And then, they're switching up now to the toxicology report. And this guy said, well, I have witnesses 100% that he has such and such and such in his system. And, there's that element there where, they're trying to move the goalposts. If he did or didn't, how did he drown? With nobody seeing a thing. And so I think, once again, this is all part of the circus. Tatum is definitely part of the circus. There are many different theories, once again, and I'll repeat it. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to say I know what happened, but I do know something happened that is not being totally exposed. We have this accusation that say they saw him at a fight on the island, the fight with him over their phone. And then, everybody said, well, no, that's not Nolan. There was a fight. There wasn't a fight, this, that, and the other. Then there's another letter that came out that, talks about him being beaten up at the pool party after the Horns Island trip. There's people who believe he didn't ever go to the island. So that's what I mean by, the circus of information that is coming out. So hopefully this DA and this court system will do the right thing and provide the public with all of the findings after they come up with their determination, which we all hope will be some sort of charges. But, history teaches us that white people protect white people. And so that's one thing that we have to be concerned about. But, if this person is true, that there's that there was an allegation of a fight with Nolan and his friends, then that definitely leads to them to be more scrutinized even more heavily. But y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always,
thank y'all liking and subscribing to Front Line Blacc News. All right, thank you, Brother Rich. All right, crew, what's your closing thought? I'm about to wrap this up.
Well, my thing was everything is all bogus, but it's all going to come back around.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't mean to start getting old like Shabaka. But I do think everything's going to come back around full circle. And we've been like, all right, I'll give you an example, right? I ain't gonna hold you too long. But remember Busta Rhymes said, oh, hip hop, Jamaicans and this, that.
Mm-hmm.
And then we just did the research.
Yeah.
And we wasn't looking for nothing, right? We were just putting the research on to say that we built hip hop, right?
Right.
But in our doing the we built hip hop, we found your Jamaicans, your dance hall, your all your leaders. Mm-hmm. And they said they got all the shit from us. So who don't got no culture?
Yeah, there's the same ones that said we ain't got no culture.
You get me? When they say, oh, Jamaica's, well, I ain't gonna say all the Jamaica, but like Busta Rhymes said, Americans, they got no culture. They got all their culture from us. And then we did the research. Mm-hmm. Oh, well, all Jamaican culture came from Americans, from Black Americans. What are you talking about?
Right.
Like, that's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, hey, close it down, and thank you for having me up here. I might try to clip this shit and put it on my channel if I can. Yeah, but I don't know if I'm gonna find it through these hour long. No, but I was on Tyreek's the other day.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. Which one?
He gave me applause, but I can't even find the one that he uploaded.
Oh damn! All right, I'll try. No, to find
but nah, so I made the same point, right? So these Africans say that they have, ancient Jollof and Fufu and all that type of shit. And it's like, but you need tomatoes, corn, all that shit, pepper. You didn't have no damn fufu before the colonizer got there. So don't tell me your food is so ancient when you didn't have that shit, because all your ingredients are American ingredients. And I've been saying this shit for 2 years, at least.
Yep, you have.
So that's all I'm saying. Like, these Africans can't say, oh, jollof is an old ancient ingredient and where's your food? I'll be looking at them like, what the hell? Somebody said you dingus you ain't made no inventions, you ain't did nothing. I'm like, okay. Talk to me when you don't have Wi-Fi.
Exactly.
But anyway, that's all I was saying, Jesse. Thank you for having me up here. Let me know the clip when I can, because I might put this up on my channel if you'll allow me. Well, I can do it anyway, but I still want to ask your permission.
Yeah, you got my permission.
But yeah, so like if I can find this clip of here, then I'll put it on my channel. Because if my channel grows, your channel grows. Like we all grow together.
That's right.
We all stand together.
We got to get you to 1,000 subscribers next.
I'm almost there. But also, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Right.
You give me, I've been out here 8 years, 10 years on this channel. I got older, man, I got channels from when YouTube started to where I can say anything on my old channel and they will, like I got Roland Martin type passes. Like my channel is so old, they can't touch me.
Right.
But thank you, Jesse.
You're welcome, crew.
Hey, do you want any flags or anything like this? Because I can work some things out. I know Lady Che had me doing like the whole Lego shit.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to get that Lego video together.
Yeah, I got to do it piece by piece. And I've been working on my car and all of that.
Okay.
So that's my only thing. But I can do little shit like little by little, and then we piece it together. So if you need a Denver flag like this, or you give me anything.
Okay, got you. I appreciate you, crew. Shout out to everybody that tapped in. Shout out to Fresh Always for coming through. Shout out to No Love Chuck for coming through. Shout out to Lala Go Harder for coming through. Shout out to Michael for coming through. Who else is in here? Shabaka. Lady Che. Anybody that's speaking and not speaking, so
You ain't hear that, did you?
Yeah, I heard it.
What? Gotta watch it. You heard that?
Yeah.
I swear I had it on mute. I gotta switch my Go XLR. Cause look, I thought it was blocking everything. I was just playing it to see, cause I was gonna unmute myself and then play it.
Oh,
I didn't know I was playing it right now. My bad.
Join us in a few hours for Grand Rising.
Anyway, I'm still gonna do it.
In the meantime, make sure y'all like subscribe to all our platforms, Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and delineations of Black empowerment. Sharon Crewman signing off on the Mile High Income and Illegal Market for the city. We'll see y'all later for Grand Rising. Peace.